The tape recorder picked up voices, but no one was in the room. This is Paranormal M, where technology meets terror. Subscribe and hear what shouldn't exist. My sleep paralysis is very weird. This story is going to sound extremely fake. It was extremely weird and very made up. I'm an 18-year-old female, and this was happening around the age of 15. I used to have my own room. It was always pitch black at night. My light would never really work, but I was brave and it never bothered me, till I began having sleep paralysis. And this weird feeling that my soul was going to leave my body. And please believe me, this is scary. The first few nights in my room alone were great, until of course my light stopped working. I'd wake up at 3, exactly. I always had my phone right next to me, and at this time, I wasn't having the paralysis yet. It's just whenever I woke up, I felt strange. I can't explain it. Then the next week got really scary. I began having sleeping paralysis and I could move as usual. There's always some shadow standing either at the side of my bed or in front of me. I was always scared and I would always just pray. But then things got really weird. The next few days while sleeping on my stomach, I would hear this weird sound, like a fan blowing too loud in my ears, or the bad sound effects in a horror movie when a jump scare is about to happen. Then I would feel like I was sucked into a vacuum. I couldn't move and I couldn't open my eyes, I couldn't breathe. Like my soul was being sucked out of my body, and I didn't like the feeling. Then I would scream and finally started moving. I don't know what it was, but I didn't like it. It kept on happening. Whenever I felt like I was almost out and the sound got too loud, I would just scream and force my body to get up. I don't know how to explain this, but I swear it's real. It just kept happening along with the sleeping paralysis. Then I suddenly stopped, and that's when I got my lights back. Had it on through the night, and it stopped. But one night, something weird happened. My lights went out again, so I decided to sleep on the floor in my living room with my sisters. We have our own room, we just decided to do that. 3 a.m. again, I woke up and stretched. But when I looked back, I literally saw myself sleeping, like me. I don't know if I was dreaming or if it was real. I don't know, I couldn't tell. It felt real though. When I looked back, I saw gnomes, like garden gnomes, like 8 of them, standing there. I was clearly confused, and then they began moving and pulling out a knife and charged at me. But then I woke up, same way. Looked back and didn't see myself, so I don't know. It happened again, but I didn't see anything. I just laid down and woke up the same way. Recently I got the sound, happened again, that vacuum feeling, like I was drifting away from my body, and my sisters would say I would jerk up screaming and breathing hard every 5 minutes like I was dying. That doesn't sound good. Shadow figure manifested. I live in an old compound house in South India, in Chennai. I moved in 6 months ago. Approximately 3-year-old female cat was abandoned by the neighbor. He took it in after it became too thin and was remaining here, and was kind of out in our property. Well, to our surprise, it was spayed and litter trained. It's been 3 months since we adopted the cat. She's very calm and quiet and doesn't even disturb anyone. But sometimes she'd wake me to go into the lawn in the middle of the night, and I'd open the door and wait for her, and I've had the feeling of being watched several times in the middle of the night when I'm with the cat. And that's either if I'm in the lawn or the backyard garden. There's an old lady who lives alone across the street. She's a tantric, an ancient Indian diverse method of occult and spiritual practices of Hinduism and Buddhism. Every single day she stands in front of her house gate and screams and yells at something. Actually, no one. She yells to leave or to get lost. Few people in the neighborhood said she lost her mind years back after her husband passed away. I didn't take her seriously until I would see something move in the corner of my eye and hear footsteps in the garden. I started restricting the cat to not go in the middle of the night. Now, coming to my, actual experience. It was raining for 2 days. And the cat didn't step out. I already have a litter box inside the home. When the downpour stopped, she woke up at 1:50 a.m. I opened the door for her and stood in the lawn. She went to the backyard, and I heard her make a strange noise and casually walked toward her. And as soon as I made a left turn from the house toward the backyard, I saw a dark spot at the end of the compound wall. The dark spot became a human-shaped figure in less than a second, and it was huge, covering the wall from top to bottom. The height of the wall is 11 feet, and the sky was clear after it rained, and the moon was bright that day. And I stood there like 20 seconds until the cat ran back, past me and into the home, and I ran back inside. Now, I was contemplating what it was for 2 days, since I knew what I saw and it wasn't my imagination or some kind of an illusion. My dad came up to me last night and said he heard a loud bang in the backyard around 2:30 a.m. Went out to see what it was. When he turned on the backyard light, he saw a dark figure disappear around the same spot I saw it. Told him to brush it off and it's just an illusion. And I've been outside many times in the middle of the night. It's always peaceful outside. There's never anything to worry about. I don't want my parents to panic or live in fear. And I don't know what should I do, since sometimes I go out of town for work, and that lady who practiced some rituals every day made a lot of noise screaming outside. No one does anything in the neighborhood. Many times people called the police on her in the past, and the police determined that she's an old mentally unstable lady. Stopped responding. I have cameras in the front of the house and plan to add additional CCTVs that'll cover the backyard and whole compound. Now, should I call in a priest and cleanse the house spiritually? Wendigo of the North. Wendigo of the North, a popular mythological cannibalistic monster in the spiritual tradition of the North American Algonquin-speaking tribes. According to many people, it is a malevolent spirit that possesses humans and increases their desire to feed on human meat to such an extent that it's the only thing they can really think of. They walk like zombies. Many believe this is all just a mental disorder which they call the Wendigo psychosis. Wendigo psychosis. Wendigo psychosis can be seen as a culture-bound syndrome in which individuals may believe they're possessed by the Wendigo, a cannibalistic creature featured in Algonquin tribal folklore. This creature is sometimes also referred to as the Wendigo or Witico. Prevalence rates of Wendigo psychosis aren't clear, but some sources report that there may have been as many as 70 cases in the 60s. It's not known for sure whether Wendigo psychosis should be considered a mental illness or the result of a certain cultural belief and behavior. History of the Wendigo. The oral stories of the Wendigo have been passed down for a very long way before the Europeans arrived in Northern America. But the first written mention of the Wendigo of the North dates back to around 1636. It's a report by Paul Le... I'm not good at French. Paul Le Jeune, a French Jesuit missionary living among the Algonquin people in what is now Quebec. Le Jeune described a woman who warns of an Achen that had eaten some tribal members nearby, and that would, quote-unquote, eat a great many of them if we were not called elsewhere. A few instances of murder and cannibalism in North America were blamed on the Wendigo. These included a case in Alberta, Canada in 1879, where a Cree hunter and trapper named Swift Runner claimed a Wendigo spirit had entered his dream, told him to eat his family. He was tried for murder, found guilty, and hanged for his crime later that year. And another case occurred in 1907 among the Sandy Lake First Nation community in northern Ontario. The tribal shaman, Jack Fiddler, and his brother Joseph Fiddler were charged with the murder of Joseph's daughter-in-law, whom they'd strangled to prevent her from becoming possessed by a Wendigo. After the brothers' arrest, Jack Fiddler escaped. He escaped the police and just strangled himself, and Joseph Fiddler died from tuberculosis in prison in 1909. By the early 20th century, the term Wendigo psychosis was being used by psychologists and missionaries to describe a culture-bound syndrome among Native and First Nations people. People whose symptoms included delusions of becoming possessed by an evil spirit, depression, violence, a compulsion for human flesh, and in some cases cannibalism. The syndrome was also diagnosed retroactively in historical cases of cannibalism in North America. However, the existence of the syndrome is disputed by some scientists. Below is a map where the tribes that have Wendigo in their culture believe the Wendigo stays. I want to see this map. Some descriptions of the Wendigo seem to suggest that it could have the ability to shapeshift, which seems to be similar to a skinwalker of the Navajo. According to the Navajo tribes, that's like a witch. It has the ability to take form of the last person or animal they killed. In other words, they wear the skin of their prey. I have experienced someone getting possessed. Earlier today, I was at my grandma's house. That's when she brought this up, and it made me think about it a lot. So for background, I grew up very Catholic. I'd go to the church every week, and my grandma as well as my cousins were all very involved with the church. Often, some of my mom's family would gather together and pray the rosary, or just to pray. One day, we all went to go to pray at my uncle's house. To pray. And that's when I first saw their son. I'm going to call him Josh, not his real name. I watched Josh get possessed. As we were all praying, and Josh would basically start to make distorted noises like growling or very unnatural breathing. When this would happen, all the grown-ups and parents would basically have to sit him in a chair while holding him down while they throw holy water at him and pray very loudly, demanding for the demon or spirit to leave his body. I remember me and my cousins would all get sent to one of the cousins' rooms and would have to also pray. Mind you, at the time, I was very young and scared. I was around 8, and my cousins were either my age or only a couple of years older. It was very scary, and I had no idea what was going on, but after a couple of hours, Josh would go back to normal, and we would go home. I remember asking my grandma what happened because, like I said, I was very young, so I couldn't really grasp everything. She told me that my uncle's family had been dealing with it for a while, and it started happening after Josh played with the Ouija board. This didn't only happen once when I was around another time. This didn't only happen once when I was around another time. I was at my grandma's house with all my cousins, and this time it was really scary. Me and all my girls' cousins were at my grandma's rooming, watching TV. I was on the couch with my little sister on my lap. She was like 3 at the time. I was with my oldest cousins on the bed next to me, and the rest of my cousins and older sister on the floor. I don't know how exactly Josh got possessed again because, well, I wasn't in the room, but all I know is that it happened. And this time it was violent, and he was apparently throwing rocks. Next thing I know, my oldest cousin, best to me, passes out. And immediately the rest of my cousins and sister went to go get one of our parents upstairs, or somebody to tell them. I was left alone when my cousin passed out next to me, and a child on my lap, and I'm not even joking, the lights started flickering on and off. I was so scared at the time I didn't know what to do, and I was just struck. I don't know what else to do but just sit there. Like 5 minutes after, somebody comes into the room, and eventually the ambulances are just outside for my older cousins. Those were the only times I remember it happening, and all I know is it happened many other times and I wasn't there. But Josh eventually got exorcised, and we never really talked about it again. I'd be talking about that all over the place. But who am I? I think I saw a ghost, but I don't know if I'm overthinking it. Back when I was around 13 or 14, me and my cousin had a massive obsession with exploring abandoned places. Considering we live in the suburbs of Melbourne, we're only really limited to abandoned houses. I was over at my cousin's house for a sleepover. We were having a barbecue for dinner. My uncle told us to get some lemons from one of the neighbors' lemon tree in their backyard. The reason we stole their lemons was because the house had been abandoned for years, and both my uncle and my auntie had told us that the homeowner, an old woman, had died a few years back. So, therefore, we would always go into the backyard to take some lemons. We'd never actually been inside. Being dumb teenagers who were obsessed with exploring abandoned houses, we decided that day we would also explore inside. It was an old brick house. It looked like it was built in the 70s. While we were picking the lemons, we checked all the windows to see if anybody was inside. Of course, it was empty, as it was abandoned after all. But after delivering the lemons, we went to the front door. I banged on the door and yelled if anybody was home for a solid 2 minutes just in case. There was no answer, so now it was time for entry. The flywire door was unlocked, but the normal wooden front door was locked. But it was locked by one of those old locks where there's like a pin that you just have to slide across from the inside. I managed to open the door slightly and fit my hand through the gap and unlock the door. We were inside mucking around for about 5 minutes, and the house was empty with only a couple of pieces of furniture. One of those being an old piano. While playing the piano and making quite a lot of noise, we noticed faint music playing from inside the house, and we could hear it from the start. But we just never really thought about it until now. It was creepy, so we went to investigate the rest of the house by following the sound of the music. We ended up getting to a closed door with a light shining through the bottom. It was the sunlight from the window. It legit left like we were in a horror movie. I opened opened the door, and there was an old lady sitting facing away from us with a music box playing on the table. This was really weird since we had legit looked into this room from the window when we were getting the lemons, and there was no one inside. The lady legit looked dead, so I panicked and asked, "Are you okay?" to the lady. I got no response, so I thought, holy crap, she's dead. I got closer and I asked again. Still no response. I asked a final time and she stood up and turned around. Genuinely, she looked so horrible. I could tell it was not a homeless person or a squatter, based on how clean and expensive her clothes looked, but her face was pale and looked like a corpse. She turned around and screamed, "Who the hell are you?" And we just ran back in my cousin's house. And I don't know if I saw the ghost of an old lady or if she was never dead, but during dinner, we asked my uncle about the lady again. He said she'd been living in an old people's home for about 4 years prior to her death, and he knew she was dead because he would go and visit her from time to time. June 13th, 2024. The visitor outside my door. Weird incident and confusing answers. This happened on June 13th, 2024. And for some context, I lived alone during my final semester of college in a small rented room. The structure had 4 floors. It was built onto a slope in a hilly region. The topmost floor, which was actually the entrance level, was where the landlord stayed. Below him lived his brother, and the remaining 2 floors were rented out to students. It was a simple space, a single room with an attached bathroom. The door was flimsy and the walls were chipped and peeling. It was concerning, but I didn't complain. I was almost done with college and figured I'd just stick it out. Around 11 p.m., I'm chatting with my friend online when a sudden loud bang scared the heck out of me. Quickly hurried to wear some trousers. It was hot, so I was only wearing a t-shirt. Don't judge me. I'm not. First thought, maybe it was one of the other tenants. Second thought is an intruder or burglar maybe. I was also about to open the door when I froze. My whole body was telling me to avoid it. The bangs were as if somebody was trying to break in. The same motion when you try to open a locked door. And after a while, the noise stopped and I thought, okay, whatever that was, it's gone. But then, around 11:45, it happened again. This time it was shorter and I grabbed a kitchen knife for protection, in case it was a burglar, and I stepped out. Nothing. No one. Just stillness and silence. I checked the whole floor and there was no one. Turns out the other tenants who shared my floor had gone home earlier. The only people in the building were the landlord, his family, and the guy that lived downstairs. I quickly walked inside and locked the door. Fuck this shit. I'm not gonna risk it. Fast forward to 4 a.m. The same loud bang woke me up. I was half asleep, but I recorded a video. And this time I got the courage to open the door, and behold, there was a dog outside, just sitting there. Not barking, not scratching, no sound. Just sat and stared at me. So I calmed down thinking, oh, it's just a dog. Decided to sleep. And that's when the dog started scratching on my door. Walked out again, led the dog to the top floor. Since the gate was locked, I decided to let it out. But then it hit me. This time it was the dog. I heard the distinct sound of dog-style breathing and the way it moved and whimpering to be let out or in. It only pushed on the door with its body, nothing like the previous ones. Push and pull types. And the other bangs before that, Nothing, with no footsteps and no scratching and nothing. 14th of June, 2024. Around 7 a.m., my gas cylinder starts leaking. So I got help from the guys that lived downstairs. While we were talking, I casually asked if they heard anything last night. One of them told me. Yeah, I thought it was that dog. It was like lying on the stairs in the morning. Later, I went to my friend's place. I showed her. And I also showed her mom, actually, that video. My friend and her mom, both of them were terrified. She told me, "You should talk to somebody. This isn't normal." I went to a temple first, but it was closed, and then a mosque, and no Malvi there, and... Did I say that? Finally, found another mosque, told the Malvi what happened, asked my full name and my parents' names. And then he told me that wasn't a dog, it wasn't human either. It was something that didn't belong to this world trying to play around. Beware. The people around you aren't as good as they seem. They sent this. Since you didn't let it in, you'll be fine. Take this and put this under your bed. You'll be fine, don't be scared. Later, while I was laughing about it with the guys from my building, I noticed something weird. The wooden door with the Indian-style lock had small scratches under it. Wasn't there when I went to college yesterday. I don't know of any dog that would like to scratch under the lock, and I'm not sure it can even do it. It was kind of deep, and I also forgot the dog's face. It's all blurry in my mind. I could blame it on stress or whatever, but I'm not sure. This whole ordeal scared me to death, and I couldn't sleep the following day. When I made sure I was safe, only then could I sleep peacefully. Something climbed on top of me in my dorm room. It was while I was alone, and it wasn't human. I've had several supernatural experiences throughout my life. They started when I was a kid, and they followed me into adulthood. I've always wanted to share one of the scariest, most unforgettable things that have ever happened to me. And this is real. I'm not exaggerating or trying to scare anyone. My earliest memory of something strange was around the age of 6 or 7. I had a lot of insomnia as a kid, largely because my father was abusive and felt like I had to protect my mom. I was the oldest, and I often stayed up while my younger siblings slept. One night, I'm lying in bed wide awake. That's when I felt something grab my hand. My arm had been hanging over the edge of the mattress, and I felt something physically grip me in the dark. After that, I started sleeping with my mattress pushed against the wall to my back. People warned me about bugs, but honestly, I preferred that over ghosts. Later, my sister told me she once saw a shadow figure, a tall, man-like entity standing over me while I slept. She had gone to the bathroom at night and peeked into my room on her way back. She ran to her room, terrified. Years later, my mom told us that she also regularly saw a dark presence in that house. She never told us when we were kids because she didn't want to scare us. And I've always had sleep paralysis. As a kid, I would scream internally while being completely paralyzed. I could see the room, I could see people nearby, but no one could hear me. One time, I'm on the couch, I'm stuck in sleep paralysis. I'm looking at my mom across the room trying to scream for her. She didn't hear me, and I told her about it, and being Southern, she just said, "A witch was riding your back," and to just pray. I eventually learned not to sleep on my back. It seemed to trigger it, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened my freshman year of college. I had moved into a dorm with a roommate. Her grandfather passed away just 3 days after we moved in. I had met him, and he was in her room helping her unpack. Not long after that, she told me she saw something non-human on my side of the room. She didn't give a lot of detail, but said the energy felt dark. And after that, she was rarely around and eventually moved out before the semester ended. One night, I was alone in my room, in the dorm. Struggling to sleep like usual, I decided to, pleasure myself. It usually helped me fall asleep faster. Midway, though, I suddenly felt the warm, heavy weight of a person on top of me. I could feel hands on me, caressing me and groping me. And I was frozen. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. It felt like sleep paralysis, but so much worse. I could feel this thing gripping my thighs and touching my chest, and I couldn't do anything, and eventually I mustered enough strength to grab what felt like a shoulder, broad and muscular, and then vanished. In an instant, the weight was gone. I jumped out of bed and searched the room. Nothing and no one. The door was locked, windows were shut, and I lived on the 6th floor. No one was in there but me. After that, I couldn't sleep in the dark anymore. I avoided that dorm like the plague and stayed at home as much as I could. When I told my doctor about it, he didn't even question the story. He told me it was spiritual and that no medicine could help me. He looked concerned and didn't prescribe anything. Some people say this was an incubus. Others say it was trauma or sleep paralysis or even my roommate's energy attracting something. All I know is it was real, and it was physical. I felt it. No amount of logic can explain it away. Has anybody else experienced something like this? Or does anybody know what this could have been? Yikes. Still, don't know what happened to me that night. Sleep paralysis or something way darker. This happened to me when I was around 17, and at the time I was really involved in church and part of a youth group in my local Christian community. Like in many churches, they'd occasionally invite pastors or ministries from other places to hold special events. One time they invited a ministry from another state for a weekend of quote-unquote miracles, healing, and deliverance. But what really stood out was this one guy they brought along. He had a testimony that honestly felt straight out of a horror movie. He claimed he had once been deeply involved in satanic practices, even getting close to becoming a kind of priest for a group like that. According to him, just before completing a ritual that involved a sacrifice, he had a powerful encounter with God and left that life behind. But the really disturbing part was what he said that came after. He talked about being tormented for years, waking up literally stuck to the wall with his chest scratched and bleeding. And how during exorcisms, demons would speak through other people and call him by his full name, begging him to come back. As wild as it sounds, he shared it all with this dead serious tone and this heavy stare that honestly made you feel like something was still with him. During the event, a lot of people were saying they got healed or delivered from stuff. The whole atmosphere was intense, and being near that guy felt strange. Like there was some sort of energy hanging around him that made you uncomfortable in a way you couldn't explain. Anyway, a couple of nights after the event, I'm in my room around 9 p.m., just lying in bed with the lights off, getting ready to sleep. Everything was normal until I heard something super clear in my right ear. The sound of pages being blown violently by the wind. And suddenly, that sound filled the entire room. And then I wasn't in my... That was weird. Then I wasn't in my room anymore. found myself standing in what looked like a forest, surrounded by lit candles arranged into a circle. I was in the middle, and then slowly these people started to appear, all wearing black robes with their faces covered. The last one to show up was holding a huge book, like an ancient and almost alive-looking book. He placed it into a stand and started reading it out loud in some language I couldn't understand, but it felt wrong. Really wrong. I was frozen in fear, and all I could think to do was pray as hard as I could. I begged God to get me out of there. And then this strong wind started blowing, knocking over the candles one by one. The pages of the book began to tear out and catch fire in the air. The next thing I knew, I was back in my bed, but I wasn't in the same position I'd fallen asleep in, and I was completely paralyzed and couldn't move a muscle. It felt like something was still in the room with me. And in Mexico, where I'm from, we have a name for this, which I'm terrible at Spanish, but anyway, I'll go for it. Se te subió el muerto, which means the dead sat on you. It's what people call sleep paralysis because it feels like a heavy presence is sitting on your chest, keeping you from moving. That was the only time in my life I've ever experienced it, and it felt like something came back with me, like whatever I saw wasn't just a dream. After maybe 15 seconds, which felt like forever, I suddenly felt this thing leave my body. I could finally move again. I was sweating and completely freaked out. I didn't sleep properly for days. And I know how insane this sounds, like something straight out of a movie or badly written creepypasta. But it is 100% the real deal. As ridiculous as it may sound, it actually happened to me. And to this day, I still don't have a solid explanation for it. A floating Cheeto. I grew up in a Christian household. My parents are pastors, so Sundays were always spent at church. And over the years I learned one thing. Churches see some strange cases, and this was one of them. When I was a teenager, a family came to church looking for help for their oldest daughter, 15-year-old girl. 15 isn't the age you'd expect to hear about imaginary friends, but that's exactly what she claimed to have. Her parents had already taken her to doctors and psychiatrists. No schizophrenia, no mental illness. Nothing. Out of options, they came to us, thinking maybe something darker was at play. With other people, she seemed completely normal. I'd seen her at youth gatherings, talking and laughing like any other teen. But at home, things were different. One night, my dad told us that we'd been invited to dinner by a new family in the church. When we arrived, I realized it was her house. From the moment we stepped inside, I felt it, a heaviness in the air, like the walls themselves were breathing slowly around us. They were in the living room watching a movie, a bowl of hot Cheetos on the table. I was about to sit on the couch when she stopped me. "You can't sit there, my friend's sitting there." I awkwardly sat on the other end. Minutes later, she announced, almost casually, "He doesn't like you. He wants you to leave." Her parents scolded her, telling her not to be rude, so she shrugged and said, "It's not me, it's what he wants." Then came the part that still makes my stomach knot. She told us we could have some Cheetos. I took a few, and her brother did too. Then she turned to the empty space beside her and said, "Do you want some?" She paused and nodded to no one and then said, "Everything that's mine is his too." And that's when it happened. A single Cheeto. It rose slowly from the bowl. No strings, no tricks, just floating. Ridiculous, right? Well, a flying Cheeto sounds like a joke, but I swear on my life we all saw it. My family, her family, and as it hovered there, it began to disappear like something invisible was eating it. The room grew heavier. Her expression darkened, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed and was deeper and colder. Not like the cheerful girl I'd seen before. She said that we should leave and that he was angry. My dad didn't argue. Not because he was afraid, but because he believed that we were dealing with something demonic. This wasn't the right time or place to confront it. We left that night with more questions than answers. And 2 weeks later, they attempted a deliverance. It lasted 5 or 6 hours, and supposedly she stopped seeing him. But as time passed, she got involved with a cult. Eventually, she didn't survive. And I'll never forget what somebody told me after. Before deliverance, the person has to want to be free. If not, when it comes back, it's always worse. Something weird happened at my nanny's house. Still freaks me out. So I'm Saira, a 21-year-old female from Pakistan. And this happened when I was like 16. We were visiting my nanny's house. It's in a small town in Sindh for summer holidays. It's one of those really old houses, long hallways, high ceilings. Kind of pretty, but always low-key creepy at night. Super quiet there, peaceful but scary. There's this one room with an old wooden almirah. It's like a safe in the corner. Nobody ever really used it. I remember once my nanny randomly saying something like, I'm just going to translate this. There's a little knife's story in that almirah, but she didn't explain and I didn't really ask. Anyway, one night me and my cousin were up watching some drama on my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. or something, and suddenly we heard this soft knock from inside the almirah. At first we thought maybe it was a mouse or something, so we ignored it. But it happened again, and this time it was like 3 slow knocks from the inside. We literally froze, We heard this really faint sound, like something slowly dragging their nails on the inside of the wood. Not fast, just slow and creepy. We didn't even put on chapels, some sort of shoe. We ran to the other room where my mom and Kala means sister of mother in our language, so like her aunt, where they were sitting, and we told them what happened and they didn't say much. But my mom looked kind of serious, and later they went to check, so they opened the wooden almirah and it was empty. Just this old white dupada hanging on a rusty hook. Next morning we told Nani and she just smiled and said, I'll just try it. Wo almari purani hai uzmayin purani chizian reti hain. Chizian. Which translates to, it's an old wooden locker. Old things live in there. I definitely said all of that wrong. I didn't get a single word. Correct, anyway. After that, I never went to that room again, and even now when we visit, I just avoid it. Maybe it was nothing, but it didn't feel like nothing. What do you people think about this? Well, I know I can't pronounce anything well other than most English. Not all of it. Most. I'll take it. Personally, everything feels sort of strange these days, and everything just feels off to me. I feel like people don't really know why they're doing things anymore. I agree. I just watched a video of a popular rock band playing their music. and there just doesn't seem to be as much zest to it as in previous years. Almost as if the reasons they made their music or what rose them to fame are just no longer relevant anymore. A lot of the adults I know in their 60s just fervently defended the government and status quo during the pandemic. However, when the truth has come out, there is a lot of people being disingenuous, to put it one way. And a few scandals coming out about members of the government breaking the lockdown rules in the UK at least. One was caught on camera having an affair while telling the country to social distance, and the party was held with no social distancing whatsoever. However, now they just sort of look lost, like a bunch of children wandering around the playground looking at their feet. No fever, zealousness for life. Just depression and disappointment and confusion. Then there are many people fervently clinging on to the past and their beliefs and desires, desperately clinging on to cultures or cultural icons from 20 years ago that are long since irrelevant. Not always true. People just doing drugs and drinking alcohol to numb themselves from the reality of whatever is really going on. All the bizarre political events occurring, not commenting, just stating. Whatever the F is going on in the USA, it feels like a million miles away. The USA never felt so culturally different to the UK as it does now. I have very, very little understanding or idea why things are happening in the USA in the way that they are currently. Then there's all of the spirituality. I've heard loads of stuff about bloody planets aligning and energetic frequencies changing and transitioning from 3D into 4D. And additionally, for me, I would likely be dead within a few months if I hadn't found Alcoholics Anonymous and spirituality when I did. I was going down a route of isolated alcohol and drug addiction until I found these services. Yet it feels like I'm living a life in a bubble now. Like, there are those that get it and those that don't, and those that see the weird changes in society, and those just going through the motion, hoping for the best. As I said, I would likely be dead by now if it wasn't for AA and such, and feels like my family at least don't give an F. None of them did anything when I was clearly sinking lower and lower. They just sort of sat around hoping for the problems to go away and solve themselves. Not all of them, but a fair few. I've spoken to some of them recently, having been going to AA meetings for a few weeks, and they sort of were just like, nice, good for you. Then swiftly moving on, thank fuck you're not gonna die anymore. Is this just what used to happen when these people know problems just solving themselves, like a great bunch of adults that abandon their children to fend for themselves after dumping years of abuse and trauma onto them? There's a fair few people who seem to have stepped up to the plate and are trying to be grown-ups. I continue on with whatever new society is emerging. I know of many community figures and nurses and doctors and such who've stood up and tried to address the issues that I've been having. Perhaps we're just at a pivotal point in the history, or at least near history, where the UK at least is divided into those who stepped up and those who cowardly clung to the past. I have all kinds of comments. But an overarching comment is, yeah, the medical system in most of the world is pretty horrible. I can say that cleanly. What if something followed me since childhood? What I saw defies explanation. Since I was little, I've had intense sleep problems. Frequent sleep paralysis and hallucinations like faces in the walls and voices in the room. And reoccurring nightmares. Very early on, my relationship with sleep became a struggle. But it's not just in my head. One of the most memorable memories, an electronic car that drove itself in my room. My mother took out the batteries, but the car continued to run. This kind of phenomenon has happened several times. Around the age of 14, when my grandmother died, the strange events intensified for a few weeks. Lights turned on by themselves, and doors were slamming and unexplained noises in the house. Shortly after, I was in a relationship with a girl who lived in the countryside. At home, too, phenomena began to appear. Children's toys turned on by themselves without batteries. Voices were heard in the house, and it was no longer just me. My mother, my brother, my sister, and even her family witnessed it. And later, in another relationship, it happened again, but even stronger. Traces of blood appeared in the garage door without explanation, and there were noises, unnatural drafts, and even once, the front door closed by itself and locked itself, locking us out when no one was inside. What's disturbing is that these phenomena sometimes seem to react to my emotions. When I'm very angry, the lights crackle. I even saw an ashtray flying through the air before my eyes without explanation. My mother also experiences things. She was pushed into her house with no one around, and we ended up calling a priest because the atmosphere is becoming unbearable. I'm a Muslim, my mother's not, but we did what we could. For the past few days, I have the impression that it's starting again. Last night, my girlfriend had a terrifying nightmare about spirits. She cried when she woke up, and she dreamed that I was showing her something in the bathroom. She was dreaming that she couldn't turn on the light, that she felt me touching her, except it wasn't me. And in the dream, no one believed her except me. I don't know if someone's sensitive to these energies, or if I am. Not trying to exaggerate or create buzz, I just want to understand. Like, am I crazy, or is it spiritual? Has anybody here experienced the same thing? Calls from the woods. We have a few acres that border a state forest. I've gone in the forest twice, and while hiking I noticed that not only was there no wildlife, but my voice echoed through that woods and bramble like it was an empty hallway that went on forever. I could hear the echo for at least 10 seconds. Well, I've had 2 occasions where my wife's voice called me from the backyard deep into the woods, and every time I went inside and asked her if she'd called me, she said no. When I was 5, I used to live in an old farmhouse, where to go upstairs you had to go past the front door. One night as I went to walk up, I heard my mother call my name from the other side of the door at 10 p.m. I went in the kitchen, and she was still making my juice for the night. I knew whatever is on the other side of the door wanted me to open it. My current house is not haunted, and my family farmhouse is 10,000% haunted. Can't even go over the things I experienced. Heat seizures and extreme fear of windows, and a witch that would come in my window. I would scream while still being asleep, and I had to be woken up by being shaken. Once we moved, all the effects stopped. Whatever the entity was, it tormented me. And our family dog died while I was at my dad's for the weekend, and it showed up in my dreams. I was all sad until the dog started talking in this deep voice and would chase me and said it would devour me. Jesus. When I lived in the farmhouse, I'd have dreams of dying over and over again until I found a way to get out of my dreams by finding a TV in my dream and turning it off. Any idea on the entity from the woods? The entity in the farmhouse was potentially my great-great-grandmother, whom everybody said was the meanest person they'd ever met. My wife has even witnessed me as a doppelganger. She watched me walk toward the front door with my joint, and she asked where I was going. My doppelganger looked at her and went outside. She followed, and there was no one. When she came in the room and asked what was wrong and why she was calling me, she said she watched me walk out the front door, And this was at my mother's house, which was a house that was built in the 1800s and was also very haunted. Doors being pushed right up against the door jamb, foot shadows standing at the doors. I got so sick of it, I started throwing a towel over the door. Tenants were hearing walking around and doors closing when we're both gone, and I've got lists of paranormal things happening in both family houses. Seems like my new house from the 1800s isn't haunted, but the woods are really weird. And I have 2 massive mounds in my backyard that have alternating layers of shale and soil. The lady who sold us the house talks about this massive bowl-shaped rock and Native Americans, but I didn't take much count of that. I've left the mounds alone aside from getting rid of vines. Ideas or thoughts, like I know this is a word salad, but any opinions on the woods calling me would be great because I'm very tempted to go see who's calling me. Wouldn't be the first time. Maybe I was being called and confronted it. Me and my husband are genuinely worried. What does it want? Genuine advice, please. We both have experienced a lot of different things during our 2 months we've lived in our new home. We live with a roommate who's rarely home and is never here during the time these happen. So we know it's not him. Things that have happened have all started within the past 4 to 5 days, getting progressively worse. And it started with my husband seeing a weird car pull up to the house. When he went to go investigate it, the black figure that was at the door both hid it, and the car vanished within the 2 seconds it took him to make the 5-step stairs down to the door. The things that are doing it include unlocking doors, and we're certain we locked them before, knocking over candles with large base fans, or knocking over candles and large base fans and a PS4 in a base it shouldn't have been able to push, and throwing phones across the room, both of ours. But the spookiest thing that's happened so far that I'm personally really scared of is its escalation. Today, while I'm writing this post, it's because as I was about to walk out of the room to take a shower, we both heard knocks at the bathroom window, knocking 5 times repetitively and loud, making me think it couldn't have been absolutely anything else. The bathroom in question's on the 2nd floor. I get over the dread I feel and I go to take my shower, agreeing with my husband that we'll leave both the doors to the room and the bathroom open. The noise happens again, and this time near the kitchen somewhere. I scream for him and ask him to stay with me, to which he agrees. He sits on the toilet with the cover on and I'm still showering. As he stays in here, he locks the bathroom door. This is very important. Throughout the time in the bathroom, the knocks happened 3 more times, all 5s all over the house, the last one being the bathroom door. Scarily loud. We're both freaked out of our minds. And that's when the bathroom door unlocks by itself. He immediately runs over and fixes it, but not even a few minutes later it happens again. This time I'm out of the shower, so I go try it, but it won't turn either way and locked again. Like the lock is stuck. When I call my husband over to inspect it with me, it immediately and smoothly locks easily with my turn. Like something stopped holding it. I don't know what can do about this. Or really what to do about this. Don't know how to feel about it. Can anybody give us any advice on how to go about this? Our plan so far is to get cameras for proof, and I've salted the doors to the bathroom and the bedroom, but that's it. Tucson Haunted House. Around 13 years ago, I lived in Tucson. I'd moved there for a relationship that ended up not working out for many, many reasons. When me and this person were first talking, they never mentioned they were living with their mom and grandma. So when I flew there to move in, it was definitely a surprise that there was family there too. Luckily, they welcomed me. house was on the outskirts of Oro Valley, right up next to a mountain. The house was definitely built in the 70s and had a lot of interesting things about it. The layout of the house was weird and the front part was pretty normal, but the back of the house was strange. The room we stayed in was basically a room-sized closet with no windows. There was a room next to this room, also without windows but much larger. But this room was used for storage. You can get to the larger room from either this room or walking through the kitchen and around the sunroom like a circle. The sunroom was off to the side of the kitchen. It was the length of the entire house and had full windows that look out to the desert. So definitely it could be creepy at night. At first, I didn't understand why no one was really allowed to go into that room until I started noticing things. It wasn't a strict rule, but they just encouraged you to avoid going in there. I've experienced the paranormal my entire life, so I pick on these things quickly. Started with me going in that room to get to the laundry room. It was faster than walking all the way around. But every time I went in there, the temperature would very noticeably drop. You'd get this intense feeling if somebody was watching you from somewhere. A deep feeling of uneasiness. I later found out that the mom used to stay in that room when she was addicted to heroin. Her and a friend would use for days locked up in there. And I have a feeling the usage of drugs contributed to the negativity that was in this house. So it made sense to me why this room had such a bad energy. I've lived in haunted houses throughout my life, and this one was on the top 3 most memorable. Started going to a cosmology school and would use the sunroom to study. I don't really know why, but this family had like 10 couches in the sunroom. One night I was there studying, and I'm curled up in one of the couches under a lamp when I see from the corner of my eye a ball of light. It flew from a corner. It came flying right into my face. I immediately threw my books across the room and ran into the bedroom where my partner was. That orb was so bright I had star-like vision, like if somebody shined a flashlight in my eyes. Another night we're laying in bed. All the lights are off, and the only light in the room is coming from the little sort of light on the VCR. I'm just laying there waiting for my eyes to get heavy when I see it. Something blacker than black in a corner. Almost looks like smoke creeping up the wall. My eyes are locked on it when I notice something moving beside me. I turn and look, and the wall I'm next to has 3 more figures moving up like smoke up the wall. I start shaking my person like, dude, what the hell is that? And they sit up and point to another corner, and they're like, yeah, they come all the time. There's one over there too. Plops back down and rolls over. Dude, what? This is normal for you? As I turn to look back at the wall, I see one of the smokes melt down and lay next to me. I immediately get up and turn all the lights on. We're sleeping with the lights on tonight. Another night I wake up in this pitch black room. I can't move. I can open my eyes and move them, but I can't move my body. And there's also this weird light shrouding my entire body like a mist, and I can't breathe. I can't move. I start to panic. I can't even move a finger to touch my partner or try to wake them. It felt like an eternity, and I can feel myself like using all my energy to try to fight this, but all of a sudden, like a flip switched. My body sat straight up so fast, I let out this scream. It was like a scream that was like backwards. I was inhaling and screaming at the same time. Another night I wake up and I'm already just staring up at the ceiling. I have this strange feeling of just calm, like blissful. I start seeing figures walking above me. They're made of light, and it reminds me of the scene in Spirited Away in the Train with the Spirits. Couldn't make out any details, only silhouettes, but I could see some guy wearing a wide brim hat carrying a briefcase. Some woman-shaped figure in dresses, and I couldn't take my eyes off of them. It was like I was in a trance, and as soon as they appeared, they were gone, and I slipped back into sleep. And the weirdest night for me was the night we went out drinking with some friends. I'm in my early 20s at this time, and drinking was like the go-to thing to do. We get super drunk and make it home at some point. I don't remember much. The grandma and I never really talked much, and her room was on the opposite side of the house of where my room is. She pretty much just stayed to herself and rarely came out unless it was to shower or to eat. So I wake up around 4, and I don't know where I am, and I know I'm on the floor, and I feel carpet. But nothing looks familiar, and it's pretty dark. The only light's coming in from a window, and I see that I'm at the foot of the bed, and I slowly stand up, and I see it's the grandma. She's sleeping in her bed. I slowly make my way to the door and quietly step out and make my way to my side of the house. When I crawl in bed, my person wakes up and is confused, saying 1 minute I was there and the next I wasn't, and that they would have felt me get out of the bed as the bed pushed against the wall. I was sleeping next to the wall and I have to climb over them to get out, so I don't know how I ended up there. Weird experience under pain. I'm not big into paranormal stuff. I think almost all of it's bullshit. My family, though, was always interested in it, and we had a number of experiences which absolutely stunned me. So years ago as a kid, maybe 14 years old, I got a really bad sunburn on my back. I had a lot of those, burn quite easily. The sunburn itself sucks, but the true horror comes with the skin, then bubbling and peeling with the mix of intense sunburn pain and horrible itching. So exactly this happened, and at the same time it was summer, no air conditioning. So I was also sweating, and it was just pure agony for me. I was feeling like going mad with horrible itching and intense pain when touching or scratching in the sweaty skin. And at one point, I felt like I would either faint, go mad, or take whatever medicine I can find. I started to close my eyes and kind of meditate. I knew meditation existed, but I knew nothing about it. So I breathe, and the itching felt like knife stabbing. I continue, and I see with my eyes closed the mix of blackness and redness and sparkles and whatever your eyes do. Then something happened which I cannot forget, and I swear to God it's real. I had my eyes closed for minutes now, standing in my room, facing the window but looking down. Suddenly, all that red and black and whatever is disappearing, and everything is blue and white. Then it sounds absolutely stupid, but I can see with my eyes closed. But it looked like some astral vision, and I hate using that term because it sounds like New Age crap. But I swear to the gods, I could see my hands, and I moved them and looked around and saw my room. Everything was blue and turquoise and white, almost like a projection. Light rays, and then out of nowhere, 2 or 3 white little shiny orbs circled me, and all the twitching and itching and pain is gone. After some time, I kind of came out of it and feel absolutely fine. I still see it. I swear I could see my hands and my room with my eyes closed. So weird. Those are some fancy white orbs you got there. I had 3 random encounters with the same stranger over several years. About 8 years ago, in the early evening, I'm shopping for a jacket in a major retailer. That's when this man who looked to be 30-35, clean cut, possibly of some Arabic descent, walked up to me and said, "Shopping for clothes today?" I said, "Yeah, I need a jacket." He then said, "My wife and I just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so I'm looking for items to furnish our space." We then made small talk for maybe a minute or so, and I can't remember what else we talked about. Then he walked away, and at the time I thought it was a bit odd because strangers rarely approach me to make small talk, seemingly for no reason. But I basically forgot about it. About a year and a half later, I'm shopping in a very busy grocery store downtown. about 10 miles from the retail store where I first encountered this person. As I'm in the middle of an aisle looking for my items, I all of a sudden feel somebody standing next to me. Not uncomfortably close, but I hear him say, "Shopping for groceries today?" And at this point, I vaguely knew this was the same gentleman who had approached me over a year earlier. I vaguely knew how unlikely this scenario was, but for some reason I was kind of on autopilot and said, "Yeah, I moved to an apartment in the area and I need to stock up on my kitchen." To which he says, "Me and my wife just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so we have to stock up our kitchen also." We again made small talk for another minute or two. Again, I can't remember what we were talking about. But then he walked away. It wasn't until several minutes later that I realized how unlikely this was in a city of over 3.8 million people. Flash forward about 2 years, and I'm now working and living in a suburb, same city, about 10 miles away from the downtown area I was briefly living in. One late afternoon, I take a break from work to go to a popular home decor store. It's nearby, and as I'm looking at throw pillows, and you guessed it, this same gentleman comes up to me and says, "Shopping for home decorating items today?" And I once again go on autopilot mode and say, "Yeah, I'm looking for a few items to decorate." And you guessed it, he goes, "My wife and I just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so I'm looking for some items to decorate our house." We again make some small talk for about a minute. And again, I can't recall what was said, and he walks away, and this time, however, about 10 to 15 seconds after he leaves, I snap out of my trance or autopilot mode. Whatever you want to call it. I understand the sheer impossibility of this interaction, and I run to catch up with the man. Even though he's only had a few second head start and I was sprinting, he was nowhere to be found. Ran out to the parking lot to catch him driving or walking out, but he wasn't there either. They didn't feel like ominous encounters, but to this day I have no idea what occurred exactly and why. My experiences with beings looking for explanations or similar experiences, please. As far back as I can remember, I've dealt with these beings, and the furthest memory I have associated with them is as follows. I used to live with my great-grandparents growing up, due to neither parental figure really being good at their duties. My grandma Barbara and my grandpa Foxy. My grandma was between 90 and 100% Native American and was very spiritual. My grandpa Foxy, on the other hand, was German. Never really spoke his thoughts on these things. I recall on many occasions, more often than not at the nighttime, seeing these black human-shaped figures roam our house whilst everyone else was rather sleeping or not home. At the time, I thought nothing of it, and I still am unsure how I feel about it. Just curious, looking for an explanation or maybe a shared instance. There were times, however, where these figures would wake up to me and even try to seemingly interact with me, causing my body to freeze freezing cold. Though I still could move, just really wouldn't out of fear of upsetting them. I've seen these figures in my grandmother Sherry's house, and she was quite spiritual as well. This continued with me until they inevitably passed. Ended up moving with my mom at the age of 13. She had inherited their property and such and moved into one of their houses. A trailer on 10 acres of land we own. It's in the middle of the country. I didn't know the news that I'm about to share until I was 16, but it explains a lot of things I've seen or been through. I've noticed this being the third house I'd seen figures in, that something wasn't normal about this. Considering I'd never see them in friends' houses or anything else. Then there was something different about the house we were living in now. I'd see the figures a lot more often than before, and I would hear noises and notice things, and even notice my dog having strange behavior, like whining and crying, randomly getting really defensive. Sometimes he'd bark at nothing and stare at nothing. I ended up asking my mom about all these things. She informed me that the man that owned the trailer and the property prior to my great-grandparents murdered his wife and tried to burn her remains in the trash can. Jeez. even showing me where the burn mark was. The thing that sort of estranged me the most is that she told me the woman's name being Elizabeth Dunn, and it lined up almost perfectly with my mom's name, middle name being Beth, last name Dunn. Something about that sat so eerily with me. Recently moved back into my mom's house to save up some money before I started to attend college. And I noticed the same things I used as before, about the cabinets being interacted with and hearing noises and seeing the figure, or even waking up with some random bruises on me that weren't there prior. Forgot to mention, my mom was also raised by my great-grandmother. So, just like me, she is very spiritual. She believes in a lot of things I do. So does anybody have a similar experience, or anything that might help explain what I'm going through? Once a skeptic stepped into a haunted asylum, what they captured still can't be explained. Paranormal M has the evidence. Subscribe to witness it. The Lady in the Haunted Yellow House. So I don't usually post on here, but this has been eating at me. I don't really have anybody who'd take it seriously. About 4 months ago, I rented this small yellow house out in the country, just outside of town. Real cheap, but you could tell it was old, like the walls lean a bit and the floorboards squeak no matter how you step. I moved in with my cousin and her kid, and we thought it'd just be quiet country living. First week was nothing, just weird drafts. But then one night, I'm sitting at the kitchen table late, like 2 in the morning. I'm just scrolling on my phone, and my cousin was asleep with her kid at the other end of the house. I started hearing the front door rattling, like somebody trying the knob. Went to check, and there was nothing. No one. The door was locked tight, but when I turned back, I swear I heard the door shut, like hard enough to make the glass rattle. After that, it started being little things, like cups moving and her kid's toy train showing up in the bathroom when it was on the porch swing earlier. I'd leave my keys in the counter. They'd end up on top of the fridge, like way out of reach, unless you put them there. The creepy part, every night at around 2:30 a.m., the radio in the living room would just cut off. No matter if it was CDs or stations or whatever. Just dead silence. Even if you left it playing low, you'd wake up to nothing. My cousin said her son complained about the lady walking by his door at night, which is, well, not so great. The worst was one Friday. We had some friends over sitting in the living room playing cards, and out of nowhere, the bathroom door started shaking, like somebody was trapped in there and pounding to get out. We all froze, and my buddy checked, and no one was in there. Toilet hadn't even been flushed. We finally got tired of being freaked out all the time, so I might have just talked to it. Felt dumb, but I asked, "What do you want?" Left it at that. Well, a couple of nights later, I dreamed about this older woman in a long skirt, gray hair tied back, who just sat at the end of my bed and told me she lived here before me. Woke up sweating, but weirdly calm. Since then, it's been quiet, no banging, no toys moving, but I don't know if I just gave her peace or if she's still here watching us. But it's been better. Still keep a Bible by my bed, though. Not gonna lie, I don't walk past the bathroom after midnight if I can help it. The Lady by the Stove. So this happened a few winters back in my uncle's old hunting cabin out in the woods in Maine. The place is tiny. 1 room, basically. just enough space for a wood stove, a bunk, and some shelves with canned beans and Spam. Probably expired during the Clinton years. I've been using it on weekends for hunting season. Nothing weird ever happened before, just creaky floorboards and mice chewing at the insulation. Anyway, one night I couldn't sleep. Must have been close to 3 a.m. and a kind of still, frozen quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. Kept rolling over in the bunk, listening to the stove crackle down to embers. At some point, I had that prickly feeling, like someone was standing right over me. You know that skin-crawly sense, like your brain screams, there's eyes on you, even when you know you're alone. Well, I opened my eyes, and I swear to God, I saw this tall, thin figure by the stove. She was wearing something dark with a strip of red across the chest. It looked almost like an old work shirt that had faded kind of funny in the wash. She was holding, I don't know, it looked like a lantern. Maybe just a jar catching the light. She wasn't sharp, not solid like a person, more like smoke shaped into a person. I blinked, and instead of disappearing, she sort of drifted apart like steam lifting off boiling water. I lay there frozen, then finally muttered something dumb like, "All right then." Pulled the blanket over my face. Fell asleep eventually, though I don't remember how. Next morning, the image was still burned into my head, and like I could draw the shirt pattern if I wanted to. My cousin joked it was her great-grandma checking in. She died around the same time of year, and funny enough, she always used to keep a red checkered apron on, kind of close to what I saw. The weird kicker is that weekend at the general store, the scratch tickets kept landing me on the same prize, $5 every single time, which was her lucky number. I don't know, maybe I was just tired or my brain stitched it all together. Or maybe the old cabin's got more company than I thought. The thing by the window. I don't usually tell people this kind of stuff. It makes me sound, well, like I've lost it. But I swear something weird has been happening to me for years now. Not every night, not even every month, but often enough that I dread it. The last time was a couple of weeks ago. I live alone, tiny house on the edge of town. It's one of those mornings where I hit snooze too many times. I drifted back half asleep, and then it hit me. Not like a dream, it felt real, like somebody had just stepped into my room. The first thing I noticed was the weight, not heavy like somebody sat on me, but like the air itself thickened and pressed down. My ears filled up with this buzzing, like the faint ring you get when the TV's on mute, except cranked up crazy loud. My chest tightened and I couldn't move a finger, not even one. I kept thinking, oh God, someone's here. You know that skin prickle feeling? That was across my back, hot and cold at the same time. Like when you hold your hand too close to dry ice. And the worst part is I couldn't open my eyes. My brain kept screaming at my eyelids, but nothing. There was just black. I felt like somebody was standing right by the window, behind my head. I couldn't see them, but I knew it. The same way you know when somebody's watching you. My breathing turned all loud and ragged, and part of me hoped maybe my neighbor's dog would bark or something, just to snap me out of it. When it finally broke, just like that, I could move again. Shot up in bed, gasping like I'd run a mile. And of course, nothing. Curtains barely moved, no footprints, no shadows. Just the hum of my old fridge in the kitchen. This had been happening since I was a kid, and back then I actually saw things. Once a tall, smoky figure by my closet. And once what looked like a big hand reaching down for me. These days I don't see shapes anymore, just feel them. Which is almost worse, honestly. And yeah, I laugh it off sometimes, like, ha ha ha, just my brain glitching. But when you're pinned down, heart pounding, certain things in the room with you doesn't feel like a glitch at all. Anyone else ever get that buzzing, like your whole body is like an antenna? 'Cause I hate it. The night at Uncle Ray's place. This is kind of embarrassing, but also creepy as hell. A couple of years back, I was staying over at my Uncle Ray's old farmhouse, out in the sticks. He was gone for the weekend, said that I could watch his dog and just quote-unquote make myself at home. Big mistake. First night, everything felt normal. The dog, whose name was Buddy, was being his old loud self and just pacing around the kitchen. But later, he just froze in the hallway, hackles up, staring toward the back bedroom. I figured maybe raccoons outside the window or something. I checked and there was nothing and locked the door just in case. Anyway, I'm sitting in the living room scrolling on my phone and I swear I hear the mattress springs creak in the guest room. Like somebody just sat down, and Buddy heard it too. He whined, ran behind the couch, and I'm not proud of this, but I straight up bolted into the bathroom and locked myself in. Felt so stupid. Called my cousin. I told her I thought somebody broke in. She just laughed and was like, "Oh yeah, you're fine. That house does do weird stuff," which was not comforting. Here's the part that freaked me out the most. About 15 minutes later, I actually said out loud, "If anybody's here, make a sound," which was dumb, I know, but about 2 minutes later, I hear 2 knocks on the wall behind the couch. I just froze and couldn't even move. When I finally worked up the guts, I took Buddy out of the back door for a walk, trying to shake it off. While I'm outside, I see my cousin's car pull up and she's running toward me like she's in a horror movie. She says she just saw somebody dart across the kitchen window when she came in. Nobody was in there when we checked. Later, she tells me this little girl used to live there before my uncle bought it, and apparently she wasn't right in the head. Did some cruel stuff to animals. Died young, I think. Folks around there said her name was Emma. The funny thing is that's my cousin's middle name. Never stayed there overnight again. Buddy still avoids that hallway whenever we visit. The boots by the door. I don't really talk about this stuff much. People either laugh or get weirded out, but this one sticks with me and I kinda need to put it somewhere. A couple years back, I'm staying at my uncle's old farmhouse. He passed, but the place is still in the family, and sometimes I crash there if I'm in town. It's drafty as hell, smells like old cedar, but I don't mind. Anyway, I had this pair of rubber boots, you know the kind. Heavy soles, clunky when you walk. Too big for me. Hand-me-downs. They make this loud thud scrape sound on the kitchen linoleum, and I always leave them by the back door before heading upstairs to the spare room. That night I couldn't sleep. I was in this half-dream, half-awake fog, and then it hit. That frozen feeling. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And I've had sleep paralysis before, but never in that house. And sure enough, the sound started. Thud, scrape, thud, scrape. At first, I thought maybe the wind had knocked the boots over or something, but no, it kept going. Steady, like somebody was walking in them. Coming across the kitchen, it was slow, like real slow. My heart was racing and I told myself it's just the paralysis thing, it's just in your head. But the damn boards creaked like they do when somebody actually walks across them. And I know that sound, and I grew up hearing it. And it wasn't stopping. The steps came right to the base of the stairs. I couldn't move and couldn't yell, I just lay there sweating like crazy. Then the sound started up the staircase, one boot dragging heavier than the other. By the time it got near my door, I swear I felt the air shift, like when someone big is standing there. and then nothing but silence. I snapped out of it all at once, sat up gasping. Took me a while to even look, and when I finally got the guts, I leaned over the edge of the bed and, well, this is the part I hate telling. The boots were there. Not by the back door where I'd left them. They were sitting right outside my bedroom, pointed inward. I mean, maybe I dragged them up myself earlier and just forgot. Maybe. But I can't imagine why I'd do that. I don't know. Every time I think about it, I get that crawling feeling on my neck. I haven't worn those boots since. The thing in the grain silo. So this is kind of weird to type out, but here goes. I grew up in Kansas, real flat farmland all around. You could see a storm coming for hours before it would hit. Back then, me and my cousin used to kill time by wandering around old barns and empty silos on the edge of our grandparents' property. Dumb kid stuff, you know. One afternoon, we were hanging around this busted-up grain silo that nobody used anymore. It smelled like rust and pigeons. The floor was littered with corn husks from forever ago. We were just throwing rocks at tin cans, talking about random things. And at some point, my cousin went quiet, like dead quiet, and just stared upward. I followed his eyes, and man, I didn't even know how to explain it. There was something clinging to the inside wall of the silo, way up by the metal ribs. It wasn't a bird, it wasn't a raccoon, and I swear it looked like this long pitch-black thing with too many elbows. 3 of them, maybe 4. I couldn't keep count, it was moving real slow, but not in a natural way, like each joint bent wrong. The head, or what I think was the head, was shaped like a lopsided diamond. Just kind of tilted at us, like it was trying to see. No eyes that I could make out, just shadow. We freaked and we didn't even run at first. We stumbled into each other, dropped the cans, tripped over the husks. Then we finally bolted all the way back to the house. My uncle thought we were high or making it up, but my cousin and I, we both described it the same. Word for word, pretty much. The next day we went back with flashlights, because we were dumb and curious. But of course, nothing was there, just pigeons flapping out and dust in the beams of light. Still, whenever I drive past that old silo, even now as an adult, can't help but glance up at the walls inside, just in case. The empty barn. This happened last fall. I still don't know what to make of it. So me, my cousin, and a couple of friends were hanging out at my grandma's old farm. We had dragged a card table onto the porch. We had snacks and sodas, so, you know, nothing wild. Just talking and messing around. It got late, the kind of late where the bugs go quiet, and the air feels weirdly heavy. So we decided to pack up. Now, right next to the porch is this old barn. It hasn't really been used in years except for storing junk. But the doors are still fine. My buddy Jake grabbed a bag of empty chip bags and plastic bottles, and he said he was going to toss it inside for now. Out of the wind. So I was right behind him and just kind of following without thinking. And here's the thing. When he turned back toward me, he grinned, a big grin. Jake doesn't do that. Not out of nowhere, anyway. Usually he's sarcastic or muttering something dumb. But he just smiled at me like he had some inside joke, then slipped inside the barn. No words, just that grin. So I'm standing there, and for whatever reason, I pull the sliding latch shut. Not all the way, just halfway, kind of teasing. My cousin on the porch laughed when she saw me do it, like she was waiting for Jake to start yelling to be let out. But he didn't. No rattling the door, no swearing at me, nothing. We waited maybe 3 minutes giggling before I thought, okay, enough. I slid the latch back and opened the barn door. Pitch black. Just straw on the floor and that old smell of dust and oil. No Jake. I actually said very funny. Like I was expecting him to jump out. But nothing. My cousin came over with her phone flashlight and we both looked inside and yeah, completely empty. Here's the part that still makes me feel sick. About a minute later, we hear her boyfriend calling us from the porch. Jake was sitting there on the steps tying his shoelace like he'd been there the whole damn time. He looked up all confused when we ran over and asked him what was wrong. He swore he never went near the barn. Said he'd just been sitting there while we were messing around. And I believe him. I looked genuinely baffled, even a little freaked out when we explained. But I know what I saw. I know I followed him, and I know he smiled at me before going inside. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about that grin. Didn't even look like his, well, not really. The TV that didn't listen. Okay, so I don't usually post stuff like this, but this has been bugging me. I live in this little farmhouse outside of town. It's not fancy. It's got white paint peeling and a screen door, and it squeaks like hell. The place was fixed up sometime in the 90s, but is old underneath. Anyway, I moved in about a week ago. It was just me, my old hound, and a whole lot of creaky floorboards. The first weird thing happened with the dog. He's not the nervous type, but that first night he wouldn't come down the hall near the bathroom. He just froze with his tail tucked looking at the door like he expected something to step out. I figured maybe he smelled a raccoon or something. But the bathroom window was shut. Later I swore I heard a yelp in there. Sharp and high like a puppy, even though my dog was sitting next to me the whole time. I told myself it was the pipes, but pipes don't sound like that. Then there's the TV. A couple of days ago, I'd been watching some dumb cooking show before bed. I turned it off, put the remote on the coffee table, went to brush my teeth. Come back out and the TV is on. Not just on, it's streaming some old crime show I've never watched in my life. Volume low like somebody didn't want to wake me. I checked my phone, checked the Roku app, checked everything. No one else has the login, and the weirdest part is the remote was still on the table right where I'd left it. I laughed it off, and I just said out loud, "All right, very funny, but don't buy anything on my account." Felt stupid talking to thin air, but it's easier than the alternative, right? The dog didn't care. He just curled up on the rug and went to sleep. And that almost makes me feel better, like if it was something bad he'd know, because animals always know. Still, I've unplugged the TV every night since, just in case. My dog has no idea. Except feed me. The white thing by the barn. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I still don't know what to make of it. I live out in the country, middle of nowhere kind of place, where you can hear coyotes at night, and sometimes the wind rattles the barn siding like somebody's knocking. I usually leave a little nightlight plugged in by the hallway so I don't trip if I have to use the bathroom. That night I couldn't sleep. I was tossing around and I kept having this weird itch in my brain, like get up, check the back door. But I was tired and just rolled over. It felt like when you know you left something undone, but you can't figure out what. But anyway, sometime later, maybe 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up real sharp, like when your body just knows something's off. I sat up and I swear there was someone or something standing just at the edge of my bedroom, right by the dresser. Not tall, maybe 5 foot at most, slim. The shape was pale and was glowing, but not like a light. No face, just smooth. Its hands, though, I noticed the hands. They were this sort of reddish color, clenched up tight like fists. And that detail stuck with me for whatever reason. I just stood there. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, thinking it was maybe moonlight on the curtain or my brain still half in a dream. But it didn't move. It stayed there for maybe 10 seconds, which feels way longer when you're frozen in bed. Then gone. No sound, nothing. Just me breathing hard in the dark. The wallet in the barn. Okay, so I've never written anything like this before, but it's been on my mind lately. Back in 2009, my grandpa passed away. He was a stubborn old rancher and smoked too much and drank too much. Never once stepped into a church unless it was for somebody else's funeral. He got sick real bad and ended up in the county hospital. By the end, he was just lying there, barely moving, and the doctor said it was only a matter of time. Now here's the part that sticks with me. When I was about 16, he was already in the hospital. Came home early from school one day. Snow day, actually. Buses weren't running. I tossed my boots off in the mudroom and went straight to the fridge to make a sandwich. While I'm clattering around with my bread knife, I hear this raspy cough from upstairs. My stomach jumped because I swore it was Grandpa. He had this real distinct cough, like gravel in a tin can. I froze and I called out, "Grandpa?" No answer. I figured maybe Mom had brought him home and forgot to tell me. Jogged upstairs, heart pounding, went to his room like nothing. Just the old quilt folded into the bed, dead quiet. That silence felt heavier than the cough itself, if that makes sense. I bolted back downstairs and sat in the back step of the cold until my sister got home. Second thing happened a week or two later while he was still clinging on in the hospital. Dad had given me his mutt puppy for my birthday, half collie, half who knows what. Sweet little thing with floppy ears. One night it was just me and my sister watching TV. It was real late and close to midnight. Every light was off except the flicker from the old box TV. Then the door to Grandpa's room, it creaked open. Slow, just a few inches. Shouldn't have been possible. Those old doors basically stick unless you yank them. The puppy jumped up like a shot, growling, hair on end, barking at the sort of crack of darkness. And I swear the room beyond looked blacker than it should have. My sister grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. We stood there like idiots while the dog kept barking and barking. Then 4 or 5 minutes later, the door just eased shut again, like somebody just let it go. The dog went silent, tail between legs, slunk back to the couch. We didn't even try to be brave. We hauled our blankets to my sister's room and locked the door. And Grandpa died a few days after that. But the strangest part came after the funeral. My cousin had this dream where Grandpa was putting on his work shirt, the one with his name stitched on the pocket. Said he was late for chores but couldn't find his wallet. Next morning, my aunt was cleaning out the barn and found that same leather wallet tucked in an old feed sack. Apparently, they'd forgotten to bury it with him. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's coincidence. But I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like Grandpa was just making sure we didn't forget his stuff before he clocked out for good. The summer I wouldn't sleep. So, I don't usually share this stuff, but lately I've been reading stories on here, and it's made me remember some weird things from when I was little. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky. Nothing fancy, just an old house my grandpa built after the war. Summers were hot as hell, and nights were just heavy. You could hear every cricket and every passing car about 2 streets down. My aunt likes to remind me that when I was about 5, I'd get these awful fits at night. She swears I'd wake up screaming. It'd be so loud you could hear it from the porch, and the thing is I don't remember much of it myself. Just little flashes, like somebody standing in my room near the dresser, or me hiding under my blanket and not being able to breathe right. She tells me one night she came running in after I screamed. I was sitting up in bed pointing at the corner sobbing that, quote-unquote, he's gonna get me. No idea who he was. She sat next to me trying to calm me down, and she swears, and she still says this even now, that the whole bed jolted like somebody had lifted it and dropped it. Not like an earthquake, not like the springs creaking, but like the whole damn thing hopped an inch and slammed back down. What makes it worse is that she was holding me at the time, and she said she almost fell off. I remember her shaking, not me. After that, I started being afraid of even napping in the daylight. Went on for weeks, maybe months. My mom finally dragged me to this old neighbor lady down the road, and everybody called her Miss Ruth, the church healer. She was one of those people who always smelled like sage and coffee grounds. She muttered prayers and waved some kind of branch over me. I don't even know what all. I don't even know what all. And you know what? The night terrors stopped after that, like just gone. No more screaming, no more weird bed-hopping stuff. And I'm older now, and sometimes I wonder if it was just sleep paralysis, or maybe my aunt exaggerating. But she gets this look, like when she brings it up, like she's right back in that room, so I don't know. Every now and then, when I can't sleep, I catch myself staring at the same kind of dark corners and thinking, what if he's still around? The thing on the porch. So this happened a couple of summers back. I was now staying with my aunt in this tiny town in Kentucky. She's got this old farmhouse. Real creaky wood floors, screen doors that don't quite shut right. The whole vibe. My cousins and I have been running around all day, swimming in the creek and eating way too many popsicles. And by the time night hit, everyone else was knocked out, but of course I couldn't sleep. It was about 2:30 or so, and I remember that because I'd checked the little alarm clock on the nightstand. The one that takes obnoxiously loud, and, well, I was lying there scrolling on my phone, and out of nowhere, I started hearing this slow tapping. At first, I thought it was branches hitting the side of the house because it was windy earlier. But then it changed. It wasn't random anymore. It was steady, like knock, 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 coming from the front porch. Now, the weird part is that porch is up on stilts, so you can't just walk up without using the front steps. And those steps creak like hell, like nobody sneaks up them. Not even my cousin when he's trying to come home late without getting yelled at. And the tapping, it didn't sound like wood creaking or shifting. It was knuckles, like a fist on a door. I sat there frozen, staring at the dark window across from me, waiting for the dogs to bark. Which they didn't, which made it worse somehow. Usually those mutts bark at everything, like raccoons and delivery guys and literally the wind, but this time it was dead silent. After a minute it stopped and I actually started convincing myself maybe I was half asleep and I imagined it. I lay back down, heart still thumping, and well, that's when it started again, only harder. 3 bangs like somebody was demanding to be let in. I swear, I could feel the air in the room change. I don't know how to explain that part, but it was like the pressure dropped or something. My little cousin who was asleep on the floor suddenly sat up and looked at me wide-eyed like he'd heard it too. We didn't even talk, we just stared at each other. And then just as sudden as it had started, it quit, like there was nothing, no sound at all, not even crickets for a few minutes. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there waiting. Next morning, I checked the porch first thing. No footprints, nothing moved. Aunt said maybe it was the raccoon or maybe an opossum. But I know what an animal sounds like, and this wasn't it. It sounded human and desperate even. Still don't know what to make of it. Sometimes I tell myself it was just somebody passing by. Maybe somebody drunk and confused, and then I'd think about those quiet dogs, and I'd have to get up on the porch without making a sound first. And yeah, I don't like thinking about it too much. The old orchard thing. I grew up in rural Maine, out where the roads kind of just disappear into dirt and pine needles. My folks bought this old property. It's a farm property. It's when I was maybe 6. Big red barn, apple trees that hadn't been cared for in decades. The house was creaky and drafty, but it had character. My dad used to joke that it was full of ghosts, though I don't think he meant it seriously. Anyway, from the first year we'd lived there, I had this repeating nightmare. Something tall and thin, I don't even know what. It kept trying to get into the house. Not through the door like a person would, but like it wanted to seep in through the cracks around the windows. I'd wake up screaming. My mom always said it was just night terrors, like normal kid stuff. And maybe it was, but I don't know. We had this dog that was part lab and part who knows what. And when he died, we got a hound. That dog would not stop circling the orchard at night. Like wore a trail through the grass over and over, barking at nothing. He'd never go beyond the trees, though, just stop dead like there was a fence, even though there wasn't one. I hated the one window in my room that looked toward those apple trees. At night, I couldn't even bring myself to glance at it. Sometimes I'd yank the curtain shut so fast it felt like something on the other side was about to catch my eyes. It's dumb, but my hands would shake. Even years later, visiting as an adult, that part of the land feels heavy. It's like standing on a stage while somebody stares at you from the dark seats. You can't see them, but you know they're there. My wife swears I get restless dreams whenever we stay there. When my uncle died, I had this one dream I'll never forget. He came walking across the orchard right up to the porch, calling my name. But it wasn't his voice, not really. It was like something trying to sound like him. I locked the door in the dream, and when I woke up, my heart was hammering. It was like I'd just sprinted a mile. It felt the same as whatever was in the orchard. Not a ghost, not anything human. Older and meaner. I once told an old neighbor about it. She said real casual, "Oh yeah, there's things that live in those trees. Don't look at them. And they can't look at you." Like she was talking about deer or raccoons, and she didn't smile when she said it either. I don't know what's out there, but I know that when the dogs are gone, it feels worse. They keep whatever it is away, and when it's just me, I close every curtain before the sun's down. And I don't, under any circumstance, look toward the orchard. The window in the barn house. This still makes me uneasy to type out, but here goes. I was 19, I was staying with my grandparents in their old farmhouse for the summer. It's one of those creaky wooden places with drafty windows and way too much space when you're alone. My grandparents were out visiting my aunt, so it's just me and the dog. One night I woke up, except I don't really think I woke up. I could see myself standing up like I was behind me, if that makes sense. I hate that I remember it so clear, like I walked through the hall without touching a single light switch, and normally I can't even get a glass of water at night without flipping on every damn lamp. But somehow I could see, not like normal, like everything had this weird grayish glow, like the moon was inside the house. I ended up in the old barn room at the back of the house, the one with the big window that looked out over the cornfield. I just stood there staring out at the rows of corn swaying in the dark. I don't know how long, maybe 15 seconds, maybe longer. And then I heard my grandma's voice clear as day say my name. She wasn't there, she was 2 states away, but I spun around and just collapsed, face first into the rug. The next thing I knew, I was waking up sweaty, dog barking like crazy, and my uncle, who stopped by the night to check on me. He was white as a sheet holding a rosary. He said I'd been walking around talking in some mumbling voice he didn't recognize. And it didn't stop there either. For weeks after, I kept wandering, as I called it. Once, middle of the afternoon, I tried running straight out of the front door like something was chasing me. At another time, I walked up and down the hallway convinced I'd lost an exam paper. I wasn't even in school anymore. The worst was when I got the flu and took some meds. It must have been the wrong dose or something, because I scared my cousin half to death bolting down the stairs like a wild animal. Nearly at the front door before he caught me. And when he shook me awake, I looked at him and honestly didn't know why he was so freaked out. My family finally called in this old preacher they knew, and he sat me down, muttered prayers in a language I couldn't follow, and pressed something like oil on my forehead and handed me a bitter drink. He said a few words, and I nodded, and that was it. Hasn't happened since, but I still can't stand looking out that barn window at night. The crying on County Road 12. So this is kind of embarrassing, but whatever. Maybe y'all will believe me more than my buddies did. I live out in rural Arkansas. Nothing glamorous, just cows, broken fences, and dirt roads. Most nights it's dead quiet except for coyotes yipping or the neighbor's dog losing their minds over nothing. But anyway, this was about 2 years back. I was driving home from a late shift at the feed store. It was just after 2:45, close to 3 in the morning. That's not unusual for me. I've done that drive 100 times. Windows down, cigarette going, some scratchy radio station playing old country. And then I heard it. At first, I thought it was the radio messing up, like static that sounded weirdly like a woman crying. But then I realized it wasn't the radio. It was outside, somewhere along the trees by the ditch line. I slowed down because I'm an idiot like that, and you ever get that itch where you know you shouldn't check something out, but you just do. Well, that was me. I pulled the truck halfway into the shoulder, left the headlights on, and stepped out. The crying kept going. It wasn't screaming or wailing, more like this low, broken sob. I remember thinking, who the hell is out here at 3 a.m. barefoot in the weeds? I called out once, and I just said, "Hello?" And the crying seemed to shift further down the road, like 50 feet away, so I followed, which again I know is dumb. It led me past Miller's cow pasture, past the barbed wire where the cedar trees get thick. I swear every time I walked forward, the sound moved just ahead of me. Never closer, never farther, just leading. And then it stopped, and when I say stopped, I don't just mean the crying. The crickets, the frogs, or the cicadas, they all cut out at once, like somebody muted the whole county. And that's when I heard her whisper, "Mis niñas, mi esposo." Now, I don't speak much Spanish, took 2 years in high school and barely passed, but I know enough to know she was saying my daughter's my husband. And man, the hair on my arm stood up and I froze. My lighter was still in my hand and I dropped it. The sound of it hitting gravel was so loud it scared me worse than the voice, and I bolted. Ran back to the truck, slammed the door, and floored it out of there like a coward. Didn't tell anyone at first, but a week later I mentioned it to a friend of mine from Mexico. I said it all casual, like, "Hey, ever heard of a crying woman on the road?" He didn't even let me finish. He just said, "That's La Llorona. She's not crying for herself, she's warning you." I laughed and I tried to shake it off. But 3 nights later, my truck spun out on the wet road in almost the exact same spot, and a semi hadn't swerved at the last second. Well, if it didn't, I'd have been a pancake. After that, no more crying, or nothing really, just back to the regular coyote howls. I don't know if it was a ghost or some trick of the light, but I'll tell you this. I don't pull over on County Road 12 after dark anymore. The night at the cabin. So this happened a few years back when I was staying at my uncle's hunting cabin in the woods. It's not some fancy place, just wood paneling, a squeaky old bed, and a stove that only half works. He let me crash there for a week while he was out of town. No cell service, which I thought would be kind of peaceful, but honestly, just made the nights feel extra long. The first couple of nights were fine, though I did get this weird sense like somebody was walking outside the porch. I brushed it off as deer or raccoons, but the third night, I swear, the air inside the room felt heavy, like I couldn't catch my breath right. I'd be lying there almost asleep and then bam, like my whole body was pinned down. I couldn't move, I couldn't shout. Never had sleep paralysis before, but I did know about it. And the way people describe it, yeah, that was it. And here's the part that really freaked me out. In the corner near the wood stove, the shadows looked darker than they should have been. Like they weren't moving with the firelight. They were moving on their own, and I kept hearing little whispers too. Not words I could fully catch, more like when somebody's talking behind a wall. But then, and this is the part that still makes my stomach flip, they got clearer. They weren't full sentences, just these little digs, like reminding me of dumb mistakes I'd made. Stuff nobody should know. My own thoughts, but not in my voice, if that makes sense. At some point, I managed to wiggle my fingers and toes, and when I broke free, it felt like I snapped out of water and sat straight up gasping. The shadows sort of dissolved, but I couldn't shake the idea that they'd noticed I'd fought back. Like I wasn't just rolling over. And right then, I heard what sounded like laughter, low, almost playful. Could have been the wind. Could have been. I left the lantern on the rest for the night, and even then the flame flickered, like somebody was blowing on it. Well, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning when I stepped outside, I found boot prints in the dirt by the porch. Only problem is, I hadn't been out there since daylight the day before, and nobody else had keys. I still don't know what to make of it. Every time I think about going back to that cabin, I feel this knot in my gut. Funny thing though is, part of me still wants to, like whatever was there is waiting. The night I shouldn't have woken up. This is gonna sound made up, but it's something that still freaks me out. I grew up in a tiny farmhouse in Kentucky. There's a smell of wood smoke and it clung to just about everything. My mom swears that I died twice as a child. I don't remember it, obviously, but the stories have been told so many times that I can almost picture it. The first time, I was just a toddler. Mom says she put me down for a nap in this old crib that had been my uncle's with like the paint chipped to hell on it. When she came back hours later, I wasn't moving. My lips were blue and my chest wasn't rising. She screamed for my dad and they both thought I was gone, and the local doctor who lived 2 dirt roads over came out and checked me. And apparently he muttered, "I'm sorry." But then out of nowhere, I just coughed and opened my eyes like nothing had happened. Mom said she nearly passed out from the shock. The second time was weirder. Maybe I was 9, maybe I was 10, and we'd just come home from this church potluck. My stomach was full of deviled eggs and cornbread, and I went to bed like normal. Next morning, Mom found me cold and stiff, lying on my side like I'd been frozen. My little sister was bawling, standing in the doorway. Neighbors had crowded in by then because in the country everybody just shows up when they hear yelling. Somebody was praying. Someone else was whispering scripture over me. And after a while, I don't know how long, I just gasped for air like I'd been underwater too long. Sat right up. Everybody jumped like they'd seen a ghost. But here's the thing. I don't remember any bright light, no tunnel, none of that, just nothing. And then waking up to chaos. To this day, nobody knows why it happened. Doctors didn't have an answer, and my family, they still bring it up every Thanksgiving. Like it's some cursed little anecdote. I laugh about it sometimes, but deep down it scares me because twice in my life I was supposed to be gone, and twice I came back. I don't know if I should be grateful or worried. I'm worried about what's waiting the third time. I often struggle trying to figure out the first, second, or third time myself. Strange Nights by the River. This has been sitting in my head for a while. I figured I'd just throw it out here. Maybe somebody's got an idea. I live in Arkansas, right along the river, and it's quiet, not much to do, and mostly folks just fish and drink cheap beer, complain about the heat. I don't have a car right now, which is a long story involving my cousin borrowing it and not returning it in one piece, so I've been walking everywhere. And there's this one path that cuts through some low woods near the levee, takes me to the Dollar General and the bus stop. Anyway, ever since I started using that shortcut, I keep hearing this, whine, like a high-pitched ringing. Not cicadas, and I know what cicadas sound like, and not power lines either, it's sharper. More like when your TV used to get that test tone. Sometimes it's faint, sometimes it's loud enough I gotta cover my ears, and it doesn't matter if it's raining, sunny, or the middle of the night. It just comes out of nowhere from that patch of trees. At first, I thought maybe there's some busted equipment out there, or some old electric box. But then the other things started happening. People started getting off at that bus stop with me, which never ever happened before. I've been using that stop for months, and I swear I was the only one. Then one night around 9:30, this older couple, or I thought they were older, gray hair at least, they step off right behind me, didn't say a word, and just sat down on the sat down on the bench under the busted streetlight and watched. Literally watched me walk the whole way across the lot and into the road. I kept looking back, and they were still there. Heads were kind of tilted, like they were waiting or listening. Hard to explain. By the time I turned the corner toward my place, they hadn't moved, and I know it sounds stupid written out like this, probably just random folks, and maybe they were curious or bored. But I can't shake the timing. First the buzzing starts up, then all of a sudden strangers appear where nobody ever gets off. And they always look off, like they don't fit right, if that makes sense. I still take that path sometimes. It's quicker, and I don't feel like walking extra blocks in the heat, but I walk fast, keep my head down, try not to think about it. Still hear that ringing, though, always from the same spot. The man in the hallway. This happened last week. Haven't really talked about it out loud, so it's been sitting with me. I was on break at my job, nothing exciting, just a small grocery store and a small strip mall. Usually I'll go sit in my truck out back, windows cracked, and either scroll TikTok or just rest my eyes. That day I figured, I'll nap a little bit instead. Now for context, my uncle died of a stroke a few years ago. He was kind of a character and always wore these Hawaiian shirts no matter the season, and he had this booming laugh that you could hear halfway down the block. Anyways, he's been gone for a while, and honestly, I don't think about him every day or anything. So I doze off, and in the dream, I'm visiting my cousin at this hospital. It wasn't a regular, dingy county one, but something that looked like it belonged in some rich suburb with glass walls and weirdly quiet carpeted halls. Felt clean in that fake lemon way. I like that way. My cousin was fine, nothing serious, just in for some sort of a test, I guess. I go looking for his room, and when I find it, there's a guy standing there in the hallway. He wasn't dressed like my uncle at all. This dude had on sweatpants and a hoodie, kind of plain, and a beard going on. Taller than my uncle ever was. But the second he looked at me and said my name, I knew it was my uncle, no hesitation, maybe it was him. It just wasn't in his body. He didn't say much, just kind of nodded and smiled that same crooked smile and told me, "You're doing fine." That's all. Then he stepped aside like he was letting me pass, and when I turned back after going into the room, he wasn't there anymore. I woke up with this lump in my throat, like I'd actually just seen him, not dreamed him. My hands were shaking a little bit, and since then, every time I go back to nap, I half expect to be having him wait for me when I wake up. I don't know. Maybe it's just my brain making sense of stuff, but it felt heavier than that. like he was wanting to stop by for a minute. I just can't shake it. The shouting in the cornfield. I don't usually talk about this stuff because folks already think I'm a little bit off, but whatever. Here goes. I was 19 and now I'm 28. It was late summer, that sticky kind of heat where the air just clings to you. Me and my cousin had walked down to the next town over for a little bonfire thing. His buddy was throwing it. We didn't stay late because we didn't have a ride back, and my uncle would have skinned us if we tried hitching. So we decided to cut through the cornfield behind the old train tracks instead of taking the main road. Saved us a good half hour. The field wasn't really maintained, just one of those lots where some farmer planted once and just gave up. Stalks were tall and brittle, like knives when you scrape your arms, and there were beer cans all over from kids sneaking out there. It was quiet except for crickets and that buzzing sound power lines make. When we got near the edge of the field, maybe 50 yards from the gravel road, that's when it started. First, just a kind of murmur, like someone talking far away, but you can't catch words. Then it got louder and sharper, clear as day, like a crowd yelling in unison. "He's here, he's here, he's here." And I swear on my life it was dozens of voices. Some deep, some high, even ones that sounded like little kids. It wasn't just behind us either. It felt like it came from every direction in the corn. My cousin froze up and looked at me. He heard that too. Then bolted. I followed him without thinking. And we didn't stop running till we hit the main road by the grain elevator. And just like that, silence. No more voices, not even crickets. Just dead air. After a minute or two, the normal night sounds came back, like nothing had even happened. We tried telling our friends later, and they just laughed, said we probably spooked ourselves. Maybe coyotes or drunks messing with us. But I know the difference. There was no animal, and there was nobody out there. We just seen flashlights, or at least movement. Even now, whenever I pass that spot, I get this weird prickle in my skin. Like if I stop too long, they'll start shouting again. I don't know who he was, but I know damn well they weren't talking about my cousin. They were talking about me. The old farmhouse and the wrong shadows. I used to help out at this old farmhouse. It had been turned into a kind of event space. Weddings, craft fairs, that sort of thing. The place is real creaky, a draft blowing through the floorboards kind of old, and it sits right across from the woods where there's this family plot. Just stone markers, half of them leaning or sunken. Nobody really goes there, but it's in plain view from the back porch. People in town would say stuff about the house being active, but I figured they just meant mice or plumbing making noises. You know, old house things. Anyway, I had this thing happen more than once where I'd be just trailing after somebody like my buddy Rick, who usually handled the sound system, and I'd see him walk through a doorway into a side parlor. I'd follow, like right after, and, well, not even 5 seconds behind, room's empty. I'd ask him later, like, "Hey, why'd you duck into the parlor?" He'd look at me like I was nuts, swear up and down he'd been in the kitchen the whole time. One time it wasn't even a room, I swear, in my mom's garden. I just saw somebody I thought was a new kid. I swear, in your mom's garden. Jamie just walked straight across the hallway and vanished. Vanished into the wall. Like where there should have been a door maybe 50 years ago, but not anymore. I just stood there with my arms flailing. Excuse me, not my arms flailing. With my arms full of folding chairs. Wildly different. Feeling like I'd missed something obvious. The creepiest part was small stuff, though. Like me and another guy cleaning up after a wedding, and the old brass light switch on the wall just clicked down all on its own, and we both saw it. And one time scrubbing at the bathrooms. The faucet next to me just cranked itself on. These aren't sensor taps. It's all 1970s hardware and stiff handles and everything. I'm not saying ghosts, but also, what else makes a person-shaped shadow walk into a room and not be there when you open the door? It's almost worse that they don't look ghostly. They just look normal and busy, like they're about to say something. Sometimes I think about that, how ordinary they looked. Like maybe I'm just on the wrong side of the wall, you know. I am. The Man by the River. This might sound dumb, but when I was like 12, I used to sneak down to the river behind my aunt's place. It was one of those, little towns where nothing really happens, so I'd just sit there skipping rocks. Anyway, every time I went, I'd see this man, super tall, bony, and bald head, shining, like he'd just shaved it, just standing in the trees across the water. He never moved, never waved, nothing, just watched. At first, I thought it was some neighbor, maybe one of those old hunters who hang around too long, but he was always there at night like clockwork, and it wasn't just me. I swear, once I saw my cousin staring at the same spot, even though she wouldn't admit it later. When I'd freaked out, I had this weird, thing, I guess, where I'd sort of zone out, like I'd close my eyes and then I wasn't by the river anymore. I'd feel like I was floating over the fields past the houses with their porch lights, just drifting until I wasn't scared anymore. Sometimes I'd see other people drifting too, like shadows going the same way. I don't know if that makes sense. By the time I hit high school, it shifted. I didn't see the riverman anymore. Instead, I started bumping into dead relatives in my dreams. My uncle who passed away in a car wreck and my grandma who smelled like lilacs. They'd be in the kitchen or out in the yard like it was totally normal. And the weirdest part is one summer this old neighbor lady, super churchy, always wearing house dresses, called me inside while I was riding my bike and she poured me a glass of warm milk and made a drink while she prayed over me. I didn't think much of it then, just figured she was being weird like always, but after that, no more floating and no more riverman, no more nothing. I still wonder sometimes, if she hadn't made me drink that milk, would I still be slipping out of myself at night? Would I still see him waiting by the trees? Has anybody else had something like this just stop all of a sudden, like somebody flipped a switch? The red flicker in the barn bathroom. Kinda weird, and honestly don't know what to make of it, but it's been bugging me all day. I was in the little bathroom out in our barn, and we fixed it up for when we're working out there, so it's not fancy, just a sink and a toilet. And this big old mirror that came from my grandma's house. If you stand at the sink, the mirror reflects the tiny window that's above the toilet. That window looks out at the pasture. Mostly oak trees, nothing unusual. Definitely no leaves this time of year. Anyway, I had my earbuds in listening to some old country song. While I was peeing, I saw this red glow in the mirror. It wasn't like sunlight or a glare, it was a perfect round red ball and dark red, like the color of fresh blood, if that makes sense. At first, I thought maybe it was sparks from the welder, because my brother sometimes works out there, but nobody was even around, and then I figured maybe a leaf had caught the light weird, but the thing was drifting too slow, almost like it was floating. I only saw it in the reflection. The second I turned to look at the window itself, there was nothing, like completely empty. Just the gray sky and the trees. And I should mention, last month I had this strange night in the house where I swore I wasn't alone. Just this heavy feeling, like someone watching. Actually said out loud, "You need to go." Felt silly doing it. And then the air in the room got lighter, like instantly. Could have been in my head, but it was noticeable. Also, when I'm walking in the hallways at my mom's place last week, my boots were creaking and I kept hearing another set of steps right behind me. Not in sync, like somebody following, I spun around so fast my heart went nuts, but no one was there, and, well, that house has always had stories. But I've only personally heard footsteps twice in my life. So yeah, today, with the red thing, it shook me a little. I keep replaying it, trying to make sense of it. A trick of the mirror, or my eyes tired, or something else. Weirdest part is I can still picture it so clearly, just hanging there in the reflection like it was waiting. The thing in the trailer. Okay, so this is gonna sound dumb, but here goes. A couple of years back, I moved into this beat-up trailer on the edge of town in Oklahoma. Wasn't much brown carpet, that weird smell old trailers always have. The kind of shower that never quite gets hot enough. I was by myself most nights since my girlfriend worked late shifts at the diner. Pretty quick after moving in, I started noticing something. Not like a ghost in the movies, no shadows or faces, just this presence. Always on my left side. Didn't feel bad, but it didn't feel right either. Neutral. Like somebody standing too close to you in line at Walmart. When my girlfriend was home, nothing happened, but the second she left, it'd be back, and sometimes it'd be watching, or rather, I'd be watching TV. And it felt like someone was leaning right up next to me, like cheek to cheek sort of close. One night, I swear I felt warm breath even through the AC. She told me she felt it too, but only in the bedroom, and for her it was always on her right side. She said when I'd come into the room it would get, I don't know, like mad. She'd feel this irritated energy for a second, and then it'd vanish like it stomped off somewhere else. The weirdest thing that happened is we had this scraggly old mutt named Daisy, and sweet dog barely barks. One night, we're sitting at the tiny kitchen table, and Daisy suddenly froze with her hackles up and just stared at the empty air above my head. Wouldn't move, wouldn't blink, like she was watching something right there. After a few minutes, she just kind of relaxed, like nothing happened. But I swear her eyes were following something I couldn't see. So we burned sage after that. Well, the girlfriend did. I didn't know how. Seemed calmer for a while, like the air wasn't as heavy, but the thing never really left. And even when I moved out a year later, the last thing there, I felt it, like on my left side, close enough that my shoulder tingled. Anyway, I don't really tell people this because they roll their eyes, but typing it out feels, well, I don't know, lighter, I guess. Maybe somebody else had the same side-specific thing, like always left or always right. That part freaks me out the most. The barn house thing. Not to sound nuts, but here goes anyway. My grandma, she left me her old farmhouse in southern Ohio, middle of nowhere. Place has always felt heavy, like walking into a room right after people had a fight, except nobody's there. I don't really spook easy, but after moving in, I started getting these dreams. Not random ones either, like someone was trying to shove a message into my head. Always dark and always the same vibe, like twisted and watching. One weekend, my buddy went back home, and I stayed out there alone. Woke up around 3 or 4 in the morning, pitch black with crickets outside. And I swear I didn't see it, but I knew something was standing by the bed, not a person, not even close. I got this mental image of something all bent up like a man's sheep, but wrong and just black as tar. I felt like it wanted me to look right at it. During the day, it's not much better. I'll be shaving or cooking eggs and feel eyes on me. Once it nudged my coffee mug right in front of me, like plunk. My dog, who's usually chill, growled at a corner. Solid 5 minutes. And it's weird, but the smoke alarm thing goes off for no damn reason. No fire, no dust, no nothing. It's gone off so many times I've had the volunteer fire guy show up laughing at me. Still, it goes off at 2 a.m. even after I checked it twice. Turns out the barn, I guess it burned down in the 70s, the one out back. A neighbor said 2 drifters died sleeping in there. Folks don't talk about it much. I don't know if it's them or something else, or my brain just winding me up, but every time I try to brush it off, it cranks up, like it wants me scared. I'm not saying I believe 100%, but I'll be honest, I don't sleep easy out there anymore. Well, I hope somebody's sleeping easy. Right now, as you're hearing this. Because it's not me. See ya, sweet dreams. You've heard stories about that road, how cars vanish and how people disappear. We went there, and what we found at Paranormal M still haunts us. Subscribe to see why. The Scary Night at the Old Farmhouse. Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but it happened a few winters back when I was crashing at my uncle's old farmhouse. The place is like drafty and creaky and smells like hay, even though the barn's been empty for years. I always leave the door cracked when I sleep, because the hinges squeal, and it's easier that way. So I wake up one night, but not really all the way awake, like my body felt pinned down. Couldn't even move a finger. And that's when I see it, a tall shadow, ducking through the doorway like it had to stoop to get in. Couldn't see a face, just this black shape with something. I don't know. Glowing faint lines wrapped around it. Almost like when Christmas lights tangle up. Walked across my room like it knew where the bathroom was. Like it had been there before, Then it comes back, holding this weird tool thing. Not big, maybe a foot long, kind of triangular. It held it like a scanner or a stud finder or something. Waved it slow over my chest. I wanted to yell, but my voice was stuck in my head. So I kept asking it what it wanted and why it was here with no answer. My dog, an old mutt named Charlie, didn't even twitch. He usually barks at squirrels sneezing outside, but he just slept through it. It was almost worse than the figure itself, like maybe this wasn't the first time. The cords around it pulsed brighter for a second, like goldish yellow. Then it turned and bent under the doorframe again and left. Soon as it was gone, I jolted up and everything looked totally normal. No noise, no light, nothing. I keep thinking about it though, how casual it felt, like routine. Not menacing, not comforting either. Just like it was clocking in for a shift, and that thought gets me, like, how many times has it done that and I just didn't see it? Also, a side note, once before that, something tugged on my ankle while I was half asleep there. I thought it was a dream until I felt it grip my hand like we were arm wrestling. Stronger than me, solid 5 fingers. I stopped fighting it and tapped my chest real quick like, gotcha. Not mean, just unsettling. So yeah, that's my farmhouse story. Could have been my brain or sleep paralysis or whatever, but man, it felt too real. The night my brother saw me. I don't usually post stuff, but I can't stop thinking about it. Last winter, my brother swore up and down that I came into his room around 3 in the morning. He told me later at breakfast, all casual, like, "Why were you standing by my closet last night?" I just froze because I wasn't in there. And at that time, I was sitting in the kitchen wide awake scrolling on my phone because I couldn't sleep. I even remember the sound of the fridge kicking on. He said it didn't talk who just stood there kind of leaning like I do when I'm half asleep. He thought maybe I needed something, but I just walked back out after a minute. Thing is, the floorboards are strange, so when you move around upstairs, I never heard a thing. He's only 9, so part of me wanted to say he was dreaming. But he was so sure, like describing the hoodie I wore the day before, down to the stain on my sleeve. That part really freaked me out because I'd hung that hoodie on the back of my chair in my room. Wasn't the first time either. When we were younger, he used to say that he saw me come into his room at night. Back then I'd laugh and say he was imagining stuff. Now I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, well, not really, but I also can't explain how he saw me where I wasn't. Maybe sleepwalking or a doppelganger or just a really detailed dream. I keep trying to laugh it off, but sometimes when I walk past his room late at night, I catch myself checking the closet corner, like maybe I'll see me. The night my living room slipped away. Okay, so I don't usually post stuff like this, but this one's been eating at me. A few months ago, I'm sitting on my ratty old couch in my trailer, just kind of zoning out after work. It was quiet. It was honestly too quiet. The highway outside is usually full of noise, and I was just fiddling. I remember holding my breath for a second without really meaning to. Then I noticed this hum, like a low electric buzzing, but not from the fridge or anything mechanical, more like it was inside my head. The weird part is, the more I focused on it, the louder it got. I thought maybe it was tinnitus just kicking in, but then the room started to look hazy, like somebody smeared white chalk dust into the air, little trails like smoke. It was lifting up near the corners of the room, and I blinked a bunch, thinking maybe it's just my eyes being tired, but it stayed. Then my whole living room kind of shifted. It didn't happen fast like in a movie. It was slow, like watching colors bleed into each other on wet paper. The TV stand wasn't there anymore. Suddenly I was looking at stacks of lumber like old boards leaned up against a wall. The carpet under my feet was gone too. It felt like old cement. But when I looked down, it still sort of looked like carpet, just thin and fading. I kept telling myself I was dozing off, that I was dreaming sitting up. But I was awake, and I swear I was. My eyes were open, and I was rubbing my hands and my knees just to feel something real. The buzzing sound would swell every time I held my breath, then die back when I exhaled. It was like I was half in one place and half in another. Eventually it snapped back. No big flash or anything, just 1 second I was staring at this other room, and next second I was back with the busted couch and the hum of the fridge. I sat there for like an hour just listening, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. I don't know, maybe it was my brain short-circuiting from stress, or maybe it just crossed into some thin spot for a second. But sometimes, late at night, if I hold my breath just right, I swear I can still hear that buzzing start up again. The Woman in the Old Barn Dream. This is gonna sound nuts, but I figured I'd throw it out here because maybe somebody had something similar. A couple years back, I'm renting this tiny farmhouse out in rural Kentucky. My girlfriend at the time had already moved into town for work, so just me and the dog out there, about 6 months. That was while I was just wrapping things up. The house was drafty and smelled like old cedar, and the barn out back always gave me the creeps, but whatever, it was cheap. One night I had this dream, except it didn't feel like a dream. More like I'd just been dropped into another life. I was in the barn, but it wasn't falling apart like in real life. It was solid and swept clean. Tools hanging nice and neat. And there was this woman there with me. Dark brown hair pulled into a messy braid with gray sweatpants. And this oversized red flannel shirt. Nothing sexy or anything, but the whole thing felt domestic. Like we'd been together for years, and she was laughing at something dumb I said. I remember brushing hay off her sleeve, and I swear I can still picture her face. When I woke up, I had that heavy, someone's missing kind of feeling. Stuck with me for days. I know the feeling. Fast forward, maybe 3 weeks. My cousin drags me to a fish fry over at his buddy's place. We're sitting in the garage drinking light beer and talking about deer season. When the guy kinda zones out, starts talking about how he messed up the only real relationship he ever cared about back when he got hooked on pills. Says he still dreams about her sometimes. Then he goes quiet and looks straight at me and says, "She's always in that old barn, wearing that red plaid shirt." I almost dropped my beer. I didn't say anything at first because, how'd he even bring that up? Then he starts telling me about how in one of the dreams her brushing hay off of her arm and word for word my dream. Same barn, same clothes, even the dumb laughing. I didn't tell him I'd had the same dream. Hell, I haven't told anyone until now. I love my life. I'm not looking for some ghost girlfriend or whatever, but the way the air shifted in that garage, heavy like you could chew it, I don't think it was just coincidence. Still don't know what to make of it, and sometimes I drive past that old farmhouse and the barn's falling down more every year. Part of me wonders if she's still in there waiting. Well, I'm assuming she's alive. Although, you're insinuating something. The thing in the barn apartment. I don't generally tell this story much because it makes me sound like one of those people, but anyway. Back in 2021, I was renting this tiny apartment above an old horse barn in upstate New York. The landlord swore no animals had been there for decades, but it still smelled faintly like hay and something sour like damp wood. Anyway, around the time I got into this YouTube routine of doing breathing exercises before bed, I guess it was supposed to help with anxiety. Weird stuff started happening. About a week into it, I began catching flashes of movement along the slanted ceiling. Not bugs, not shadows from cars, like tall, quick shapes, always in the corner of my vision. Told myself it was probably just my brain relaxing too much, or maybe the crappy wiring throwing shadows. But then one night lying in bed, I noticed this smoky, almost fog-like patch hovering near the loft railing. It looked darker than the rest of the room, and I remembered thinking, why does it look thicker right where I used to keep my ex's jacket? Long stories, he left it there after a fight, and I never got around to tossing it. The part that freaked me out the most, though, was my dog Daisy. She's this lazy beagle who doesn't care about much. But one night she snapped her head up and tracked the same exact movement I'd just seen across the wall. Not like she heard something. Like her eyes were following it. She even gave this low whine, which she never does. It mostly happened when I was half asleep or jolting awake at 3 a.m., but it got to the point where I'd sit up with my heart racing, just waiting for something. Moved out after a few months for different reasons, mostly money. But I swear after I left that barn apartment it all stopped, and Daisy's been fine and I've been fine. Sometimes I wonder if it was stress or maybe barn dust messing with my head, but late at night, I still catch myself thinking, whatever it was, it stayed behind. The night my cat saw something I couldn't. This happened last winter, sometime after Christmas. I live in this old farmhouse on the edge of town in Kentucky. Just me and my cat Juniper. She's what you might call a lazy type, usually stretched out by the heater or asleep on my laundry pile. Doesn't care much besides food. But that night around 3 a.m, she jolted awake and tore across the room like something had spooked her badly. At first, I thought maybe a mouse had gotten inside, which wouldn't be the first time. But she didn't chase anything. She just froze in the doorway, tail puffed out like a bottle brush. Then she starts this low growl I'd never heard from her before, like real guttural. She kept looking toward the back porch like she was watching something move outside. I got up thinking maybe a raccoon was on the porch, and the old screen door rattles a lot when the wind picks up. So I figured that's what it was. But when I pulled the curtain back, there was nothing, just yard and snow glittering under the porch light. Still, Juniper wouldn't budge. She crouched low, ears twitching, like she was tracking something invisible. Went on for maybe 20 minutes. Every time I thought she'd calm down, she'd whip her head toward the corner of the room or the dark window. At one point, she hissed at nothing, like really hissed. Claws out, back arched. And that made my stomach flip because she's never done that in her life. Eventually, she hopped into my bed, pressed right against me, and just stared at the ceiling for what felt like forever. I couldn't see or hear anything, but I swear the air felt heavier and colder. I even thought I smelled this weird metallic scent, like rusty water. Could have been my imagination. But by morning, she was back to normal, rolling in the sun like nothing happened. I envy that. But I've never forgotten it, and I still wonder what she saw. Sometimes when I wake up around 3 a.m., I catch myself listening for her breathing, waiting to see if she's going to do it again. Maybe it was nothing, maybe Kaz just sensed stuff. But I know one thing. Whatever she saw or heard that night, it was not just the wind. The barn house scratches. Has anybody ever had something in an old farm place follow them around? Like a couple years back, I moved into my grandpa's old barn house. It's out in rural Kansas. The place is kind of weird and smells like hay and mice no matter how much you clean it. But it had cheap rent, so I took it. I sleep in the loft room, the one with the tiny square window. Every night around 2 or 3, the old latch on the door rattles like somebody's trying to get in. It's not a knob, it's one of those iron hooks, so it shouldn't even jiggle on its own. At first, I thought it was the wind or the wood shrinking. Then I started waking up with scratches down my calf, like thin little lines. My dog sleeps on the floor, but he's fat and lazy and doesn't jump on the bed. He also doesn't have claws sharp enough for that. One night I even tucked the blanket under me real tight. Still woke up with fresh marks. I mentioned it to my mom when she came by, just casually, and she goes, "Oh, don't tell me it's scratching again." It was super offhand, and she said when she was a kid in that house, the light above the kitchen table fell straight down and smashed, screws still being left in the ceiling. She also said doors would slam when no one was home, and her brother got shoved on the stairs once. They used to call it Old Man Pike, after some farmer who supposedly died in the hayloft in the 40s. She swore he just stomped around, banged on doors, and never hurt anybody. But the way she brushed it off like it was just part of living there made my stomach twist. I keep telling it out loud. Knock it off, I live here now. Like she suggested doing, but it doesn't help. Still got 3 scratches on my thighs last week and a neat row, and well, I don't do anything during the day that would leave bruises, but I find them on my ribs like somebody poked me too hard. I don't know, maybe I'm sleepwalking. Maybe it's stress, but sometimes I lie awake staring at that little square window. I swear I can hear someone breathing on the other side of that loft door. Strange light over the barn. A lot of barns today. So I don't usually post stuff like this, but it's been in my head for weeks, and maybe I'm writing it down, and maybe it'll just help stop replaying this. I live out in the country, middle of nowhere, Kansas. Sometimes at night I'll sit on the back steps of the barn to cool off. And it's quiet out here except for crickets and sometimes coyotes. Anyway, one night I'm just sitting there with a warm beer looking at the sky. You know how it is when you can actually see the stars without the city lights. It's like the whole sky is breathing. That's when I saw this light. At first I thought it was a plane, but it was too bright and too white. There's no sound, not a single engine noise. It just hung there, and then I don't know how else to say it, like it wobbled. Like when you drop a feather and it drifts side to side, but slower. It would dip left and right and almost lazily, but somehow it also looked jittery, like a fly buzzing, but slowed down. I got this real cold feeling in my chest, like my body knew it wasn't right before my brain caught up. I told myself it was maybe a drone or some kid messing around, but there aren't kids for miles. And who the hell flies a drone at 11:30 on a Tuesday out here? The longer I watched, the closer it felt. Not like it zoomed in fast, more like it was drifting toward me. And I swear, the yard got quieter, like even the bugs shut up. That part scared me worse than the light itself. I didn't grab my phone, didn't record a thing, and honestly, I just froze up for a minute, then bolted back into the house like a coward. My wife laughed at me later when I tried to explain, but I couldn't get across how wrong it felt. I've seen shooting stars and satellites and even military planes out here. Wasn't any like that. Sometimes now when I sit out back, I half expect it to come wobbling back again. Haven't seen it since, but still catch myself glancing up too much. Weird how one little light can stick in your head like that. The night the ceiling moved. This happened when I was maybe 14. I was out at my grandma's old farmhouse. I used to stay there some weekends because my parents worked late shifts. Anyway, one night I was lying in bed in that upstairs room with the slanted ceiling, trying to read with a tiny flashlight under the blanket. It must have been close to midnight. I remember the crickets outside were loud and the house smelled like cedar again, because Grandma had those old closets. So I'm staring at my book, and out of the corner of my eye I noticed movement. Not like a bug or anything, but the actual ceiling. It's like the wood grain above me turned into liquid, like black threads twisting and knotting into each other. Almost like somebody had spilled ink in the water, but it was overhead. The light from my flashlight just stopped, like the ceiling was eating it. I froze. I was just gripping my blanket, and it got thicker and darker until I swear it dropped down a little, like a hanging sheet about to fall. My chest went ice cold, and then it rushed straight toward me. My whole body jerked and I made this awful sound. Like half scream, half hiccup, and then nothing. The ceiling was back to normal wood and the flashlight worked fine, just showing dust motes. What in the world are dust motes? Mites? Well, that would be horrible to see. Somebody tell me what a dust mote is. The weirdest part is I checked the house next morning. Asked my grandma if she'd heard me yell. She said no, and well, that was wild because I know I wasn't quiet. I've heard my cousin scream bloody murder over a spider. Everyone in the house came running, but me, nothing. Everyone was silent. I still don't know what that was, and I've thought maybe I fell asleep with my eye open or had a nightmare. But I don't know. That farmhouse always had a strange feeling, like the air was thicker upstairs. Sometimes, if I think about it too much, I feel like I'm back there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to move again. The boy on the porch. So this is kind of weird, and I never really told anybody except my sister, but here we go. A few years back, I'm staying at this old rental place out in the sticks. It was one of those houses that had a sagging porch and a rusty screen door. The kind of place where every floorboard creaks like it's complaining about you. I wasn't doing great at the time. I was drinking too much. Not really working steady, just drifting. Nights were the hardest and too quiet out there, you know. Anyway, one night I had this dream, or maybe it wasn't a dream, I'm not really sure. In it, I woke up and I could see through the window by my bed and the porch light was off. The moon was bright enough that I could make out shapes. There was this kid, looked like maybe 9 or 10, sitting on the porch rail like he belonged there. He wasn't dirty or scrappy like a kid running around the woods would be. He was dressed sharp, like church sharp. White shirt, neat little vest, and even shiny shoes. He wasn't doing anything, just swinging his legs a little bit, I guess, and staring right in at me. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the neighbor's kids messing around, but then I noticed the eyes. They weren't bright, like they were black. Not like dark brown, like black, all the way through. No whites, just these pits. It hit me in the gut. That kind of primal, oh, hell no, feeling you get when you realize something's off. My skin went cold and I couldn't move, and it was like being pinned. He leaned forward a little, hands gripping the rail, and I swear he smirked. Then he said real calm, like he was just making an observation. Nobody's ever gonna forgive you, not really. That stung, because at the time I was drowning in guilt about a bunch of stuff I'd screwed up. It felt like he knew it, or knew me, and then, this still makes me sort of shiver. He laughed and started as this regular kid laugh, high and light, and then it dropped low, like way too low. Like something way bigger was laughing through him. It vibrated like the sound came up through the wood of the porch itself. Next thing I know, I'm sitting straight up in bed sweating, staring at the empty window. The porch was empty too, and quiet as ever. The next morning, when I opened the front door, the porch rail had these 2 little scuff marks, like polished shoes had been swinging there. I don't know. Could have been a dream, could have been my head messing with me. I was in a bad spot. But I can still hear that laugh if I think about it too long. I don't sit out on that porch at night anymore. The backpack on the stairs. This happened when I was about 17. I was living in a small town. I was dating this guy who we're going to call Luke, and He was always into weird old folklore. He wasn't Wiccan or anything, but he had all these secondhand books about Appalachian magic and charms against spirits. Honestly, I thought it was just quirky until this. So one Friday after school, Luke and I walked back toward my place. There's this tiny church graveyard that you have to pass, and he suddenly gets all excited like, "Oh, I gotta show you something." I should have said no, but when you're 17 and trying to be cool, you just go along with dumb stuff. He led me to this sunken grave, like real old. Just a rusted plate in the dirt, no headstone. He said the name out loud like it meant something, but I can't even remember it now. It was a woman, and that's all I remember. He pulls out this ratty canvas bag, this chipped glass jar, and a little brass bell, and one of those thick, cracked leather books that smell like mildew. He sits down right there and starts reading words I swear weren't English. I just stood there shifting my feet, watching clouds roll in. The air going cold all of a sudden. Then, no lie, a bunch of blackbirds and starlings maybe just swooped down and started circling over us, like 50 of them. I felt sick to my stomach. I told him I was going to wait by the road, and he barely nodded and just kept chanting. Anyway, later he comes out grinning like nothing happened, shoved his bag into my hands. We head to my house, and my folks worked evenings, so the place was empty. We're in my room, and his bag tossed by the dresser, and we're just fooling around like teenagers do. I just about managed to forget the graveyard thing when, bam, a massive shadow slides across my wall. It wasn't shaped right, though. Too tall, too bulky, like a person, but not. I froze, and Luke whispers, "Do you hear it?" I didn't, but then he presses his palms to my ears, and suddenly there's a voice in my head. Not with sound, but with thoughts. Clear as day, though. It said we didn't know what love was. That we were messing with things that we couldn't handle. And then it tells this whole story about killing someone in the same house years before we ever lived there. I swear my chest was going to explode. My heart was racing so hard. And then, like some cliche horror movie, my dad knocked on my door asking if we wanted pizza. The shadow just broke apart and it was gone. Luke and I didn't even look at each other. We just sat there like two scared little kids. Later, when Luke got ready to leave, we couldn't find his bag. Nowhere, not under the bed, not in the closet. We gave up and figured it would turn up. We walk out to the stairwell of our old creaky duplex, and there it is. His bag dumped out on the second floor landing, like scattered down the steps. The bell, the book, the jar just spread out like somebody had thrown it. But we'd never left my room. We scooped it all up in silence. He wouldn't even make any sort of eye contact with me. Well, didn't last much longer after that night. I still live in that town, and sometimes when I walk past that old graveyard, I get this heavy feeling in my chest. Like maybe it's watching me. Or maybe it's nothing. I don't know. The folks in the parking lot. So this happened a couple of years ago, but it still sits in the back of my head like a splinter. I was driving home late from work, and I do these night shifts at a warehouse outside of town. I figured I'd stop at this all-night diner off the highway. Place is kinda run down, old jukebox, doesn't even work, and smells like burnt coffee. But the pie's good. Keeps me awake for the drive at least. It must have been around 2:30 in the morning. I was the only one in there besides a trucker sleeping in his booth. Ate my pie, paid up, and went to head out. And that's when I saw them. 3 people, maybe 4, I couldn't tell, standing just outside near the soda machine by the door. They weren't dressed fancy, but their clothes, man, they were too clean, like ironed to death and spotless. Who looks that sharp at 2 a.m. with a greasy spoon? Their skin looked kind of strange too, like pale in a way that reminded me of wax, like candle wax, not just regular pale. When I pushed the door open, they all kind of shifted at the same exact time. Not stepped, but shifted, like the way mannequins might move if somebody dragged them a little bit to the side on rollers. Smooth, like too smooth. I froze with my key in my hand. All of them smiled at me, or at least I think that's what it was. But it didn't reach their eyes. Actually, I don't think their eyes even blinked. I hustled to the car like an idiot and slammed the lock down. The weird thing was no one else in the diner seemed to notice them at all. That trucker didn't stir, and the waitress didn't even look up. When I finally pulled out, my headlights caught them still standing there, heads turning in unison to watch me leave. My stomach dropped. And the part that really screws with me is I live 10 miles from that diner, out in a dirt road. When I pulled into my driveway, I swear on my life they're already there, just standing at the edge of the gravel, side by side facing my house. I didn't even get out of the car at first, but sat there shaking, radio buzzing static, even though it had been fine before. I must have sat for 20 minutes watching them in my rear view. They never moved closer. Well, never moved at all, really. Finally, when the first hint of daylight started peeking over the hills, they were gone. Like I blinked, driveway was empty. Told my brother about it later, and he just laughed and said it was just me being tired from night shift and seeing shadows. Maybe he's right, maybe I was, but I don't drive out to that diner anymore. And sometimes when I pull into my drive after a late shift, I still check the end of the gravel, just in case. The abandoned railway stop. So a couple of weeks ago, I ended up poking around this old train depot out in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those spots people in town joke about, but nobody actually goes to anymore. Like your classic roof half caved in, weeds pushing through the cracked floor, that kind of thing. At first it was just, creepy in the way an empty building is. Dust and broken glass, a couple of birds fluttering out of nowhere. But then while I was walking through the main hall, I swear the air just changed. Heavier, like breathing through a wet blanket. Thought maybe it was mold or something, but I didn't feel right. Lightheaded and kind of floaty, like I'd stood up too fast. There were these old benches lined up against the wall, and one of them sat like this busted-up suitcase. Nothing special, just leather peeling and a broken handle. But for some reason I couldn't stop staring at it. It honestly felt like it was staring back at me. I know that doesn't make sense. It's a suitcase, but every time I shifted, I felt watched. I mumbled something about not feeling good, and this guy who'd come along with us, a friend of a friend, he perked up and said he'd been seeing little flickers out of the corner of his eye since we walked in. Shadows that disappeared when he turned. Hearing him say that made my stomach knot up. Like, okay, it's not just me losing it. We left pretty quick after that. Outside, the air felt lighter and normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling something in there didn't want us poking around. Weirdest part is, later that night when I was lying in bed, I could still picture that suitcase, like it had burned itself into my brain. I don't know, maybe it was just mold or maybe it was nerves. But I've been in plenty of old places before and never felt anything like that. I won't be going back, that's for sure. The thing in my grandpa's barn. This has been on my mind ever since I was talking with my cousin last week. We grew up spending summers at my grandpa's farm in southern Missouri, sort of in the middle of nowhere. It was always fun during the day, riding four-wheelers and helping him feed the cows. But at night, man, that barn was the creepiest place on earth. One summer, I must have been around 10, and me and my cousin both swore we saw these glowing orange-red eyes peeking out from the hayloft. Not like a cat or raccoon. I know what those look like. These were bigger and wider apart, and they didn't blink, just staring. And the weird part is, the loft didn't have any lights in it. No windows that face that direction. There's no way for cars, lights, or anything to shine through it. We didn't tell my grandpa right away because he would have just said we were city kids scaring ourselves. But later that night, my cousin couldn't shut up about it. He kept repeating, "They weren't blinking, man. They weren't blinking." I laughed it off, but honestly, I was terrified. Years later, we brought it up as adults at a family get-together, and my aunt, who used to live in that same house before us, straight up said she remembered seeing the same eyes in that barn when she was a teenager. She had simply thought it was her imagination back then, but when we told her what we saw, she went pale, like she wouldn't even go near the barn the rest of that trip. I don't know what the hell it was. Maybe some animal I've never seen, maybe something else. I try to convince myself it was just a kid's mind playing tricks, but then I think about how we all saw it years apart. And every time I smell hay, it comes back to me. That frozen feeling, like something was watching us from the dark. I'm still thinking about that pie that wakes you up that guy was talking about 2 stories earlier. The river trail thing. This happened a couple of summers back when I was staying at my uncle's place in Kentucky, and his house is right by this little river trail. The kind that's mostly dirt and roots and a lot of wet leaves in the middle of July. I used to walk it late at night and it was too hot inside to sleep. I don't know why I felt safer out there in the dark with the crickets and frogs than a sweaty house, but I did. One night, maybe around 11, my cousin said she'd come with me. We were just walking slow, talking about dumb stuff like if you could survive eating only Pop-Tarts for a year. Her idea, not mine. Also, yes, it's doable. At some point, she said that she needed to run back real quick for bug spray. She turned back toward the house. Or at least I thought she did, because maybe 2 minutes later I heard her calling me. But not from behind, like... Her voice came from up ahead deeper into the trees, like she'd already walked on without me. I figured maybe I'd zoned out and she'd slipped past, so I followed the sound. The weird part is, the more I walked, the closer it sounded. Like right there, just around the next bend. I kept saying, "Hold on, wait up." But she never answered. Just called my name again in the same tone, same exact way. When I finally stopped, kind of spooked, I clicked on my little flashlight. And that's when I saw it. The ground all around me had these prints in the mud. Bare feet, but small, like a child's. They circled me tightly, like whoever made them was just walking around me while I stood there. No tracks leading in, no tracks leading out, just a messy circle, like I'd been standing in the middle of a game. I swear my stomach dropped. I bolted back the way I came, tripping over roots. When I got back to the yard, my cousin was sitting on the porch steps with bug spray in her hand. Said she never went down to the trail at all. She'd been waiting for me the whole time. I don't go walking down there at night anymore, and sometimes still hear something. Like somebody calling my name from the woods when I'm out back. I try not to listen too hard. The The Thing by the Barn. I live out in a small town, kind of middle of nowhere. My bedroom window faces the old barn on my parents' property. It's half collapsed, roof caved in years ago. So it's basically just a big shadowy skeleton sitting in the field. Anyway, for the past few months when I'm trying to sleep, I keep waking up in this weird way where I can't move. Like my chest feels heavy, like someone's sitting on me or pressing down. Sometimes I swear I can hear something dragging in the dirt outside, like a shovel scraping our boots. But when I look, there's nothing. And the worst is when I feel this tug on my ankle like somebody's trying to pull me down on the bed. I can't stand it. I live alone in that room, door locked, no one else around. The other night it got real bad. I woke up, couldn't breathe right. Like something was sucking the air out of me. I could see the barn through the window, just blacker than black. And I got this absolute gut feeling that something was standing in there watching me. Not moving, just waiting. Couldn't even convince myself it was a dream because my dog, he sleeps at the foot of the bed and he's growling low, like really deep, staring at the window. He never does that. Sometimes I think maybe it's just my head messing with me or stress or whatever. But then why does my dog act weird too? He won't go near the barn during the day either. Just stands there whining if I try. My grandma used to say things like, get stuck in old places. Like barns and wells. I don't know if I believe in that stuff, but lately I'm not so sure. Sorry if this rambled, I just had to get it out somewhere. Anybody else ever feel like something's literally pulling them when they're asleep? The Lantern in the Barn. It's like a barn bonanza today. So this happened back when I was 11 or 12. I was out in my grandparents' farm in Iowa. They had this old barn that nobody used anymore, kind of leaned to one side with broken boards and bird nests all over. I used to go out there anyway because kids don't care about tetanus, I guess. One afternoon, I'm poking around, just kind of stacking up some rusty coffee cans I found, when out of nowhere, a metal oil lantern, like those old heavy ones. They slid right off of a beam and slammed into the dirt like 2 feet away from me. Only thing is, there wasn't any shelf or ledge up there it could have been sitting on. It was just rafters and cobwebs. I remember just standing there with my mouth open thinking maybe a raccoon pushed it. But it was way too heavy for that. Bolted back to the house, told my grandma, and she just said, well, the barn's got memories of its own. Kept shucking corn like she didn't even hear me properly. The second thing I don't really remember myself, but my cousin swears by it. It was the week after my grandpa died, and I guess I was playing by myself in the living room. I was talking to somebody who wasn't there. Cousin said I was looking at the empty recliner and saying things like, I'll tell Grandma, and okay, I'll feed the cats. Then apparently I hummed a little tune my grandpa used to whistle when he was outside doing chores. I don't recall any of that. But my cousin said it freaked him out pretty badly. I tried to make sense of it over the years, and I don't think it was my grandpa, honestly. He wasn't sentimental in life. Don't know why he'd stay after. Part of me thinks farms just had this heavy feeling. All those years of people living and working and dying there, like it had to let something out once in a while. I don't know. It's not like anything else weird happened, just those couple of times. And then it was quiet again. The Man at the Barn Window. A little bit strange to type out, but I've been thinking about it all day, so. Back when I was 7 or 8, we lived on this old farm property my grandparents used to own. Like the other barns, It smelled like hay all the time. The windows rattled when trucks went by on the road, and my room was at the back facing the barn. At night, I'd sometimes wake up and see this figure at the window, always the same. Tall, shoulders kind of sloped, wearing what looked like one of those wide-brimmed hats. I couldn't see details, just a dark outline against the moonlight. He never came in, never moved closer, just stood there like he was checking on me. I remember pulling the blanket over my face so many times, convinced maybe if I'd looked again, he'd be gone. But sometimes he wasn't gone. He'd still be there, just standing. And here's the thing, though. I wasn't exactly scared of him. Creeped out, yeah, but didn't feel like he wanted to hurt me. Almost the opposite, like he was just watching, making sure I was okay. Other thing is, my sister, she admitted later that she used to see him too. She said he'd be out by the barn door for her, just leaning like he was waiting. Never told each other when it was happening because we thought we'd sound crazy. And that was around the time my dad lost his job and there's a lot of yelling in the house. Mom cried a lot in the kitchen when she thought we were asleep, and looking back, I can't help but wonder if the figure had something to do with all that. Like he only showed up when things were really rough. Sometimes I laugh about it now, like, what kind of ghost just hangs around in a hat doing nothing? But every once in a while, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I still half expect to see him at the window. The old diner job. This was a while back, maybe 10 years ago. I was working at this little roadside diner in Pennsylvania. Nothing glamorous, greasy plates, coffee pots that never stopped burning, and those booths with the red vinyl that always stuck to the back of your legs if it was hot. I kind of liked it, though. Folks who came in were regulars and truckers mostly. And me and the other servers had our little inside jokes about who ordered the same pie every Tuesday, or who always left the tiniest tip. Anyway, I was really into fishing at the time. I'd get off my shift around midnight and drive out to this creek. Just sit under the stars with my line in the water and listening to crickets. Talked about it a lot at work, probably too much, but anybody knew, or rather, everyone knew that I wasn't pouring coffee. I was out by the water. Then I get this dream, and the weirdest thing is just 3 words. Leave, leave, leave. Woke up with my heart racing like I'd been running. I brushed it off at first, but the words stuck in my head all day. The next shift I walked in, hung up my apron halfway through, told my boss I was done. Didn't even know why, I just left. A couple of months later, I run into one of the cooks at the gas station. Tells me the owner and some of the staff got busted. Apparently, there was this whole mess of money laundering and stolen cash running through the place. Big, ugly situation. Some of the people I'd worked side by side with were right in the middle of it. While they were sneaking money around, I'd been chatting away about how I spend my nights fishing, pulling my own catch out of the water. I don't know why, but it hit me like how weird it was. Like my little hobby mirrored what they were doing, but in this crooked way. That dream probably kept me out of something nasty. I'm not saying it was supernatural, but sometimes it feels like something had my back just whispering, "Get out." And I did. Old Farmhouse in Ohio. I know I don't post much, but I guess I just need to get this off my chest. Years ago, my wife and I moved into this creaky old farmhouse in Ohio. Belonged to her uncle before he passed. It was one of those places with drafty windows and floors that complained every time you walked on them. We thought we'd fix it up, and make it ours. First weird thing was while I was fixing up the kitchen cabinets, I swear I kept seeing somebody ducking past the doorway. Like just the edge of the woman's dress, and it was pale. Like those cotton nightgowns old ladies wear. I even went outside thinking some neighbor wandered in. Small town, doors don't always get locked, but nothing. Checked the whole house. Nada. Even blamed it on paint fumes. So I got the police out and all, but kept happening. That glimpse in the corner of my eye. I told my wife's cousin about it, and he just goes, "Oh, that's May. She died here. She's probably going to leave you alone if you don't bother her." Like it was no big deal. I laughed it off, but honestly, I didn't sleep right that week. A couple of months in, I'm sitting in our room while my wife's in the shower. Closet doors open, nothing unusual. Then I noticed the hanger swaying. Thought it was just a draft from the bathroom fan. Next thing I know, clothes and her dresses, which weren't mine, just started sliding off the hangers one by one, and then tossed out. Stood there like an idiot holding the TV remote. By the time my wife came out, everything looked normal again, but I could feel that thick, that weight in the room. The basement was the one that really got under my skin. I'd be down there folding laundry and I'd hear this heavy stomping above me, like somebody pacing the living room. Real slow, heel to toe, heel to toe. Dog didn't bark and my wife was napping upstairs. I go up, she's still out cold, dog too, doors locked, nothing outside. Tried telling myself it was the house settling, but come on, houses don't pace. And then, this is what broke me. I was on the bed with my wife, dog curled at her feet. We're watching some dumb sitcom when his squeaky ball, which was laying the rug across the room, lifted and rolled into the bed. Not a bounce, not us kicking it by accident. Just came at us. The dog perked up, wagging like it was playtime. Then the damn ball shot across the room again like somebody threw it. He chased it, tail wagging like nothing was weird, and I just stared at my wife and she stared back. We didn't even joke about it. And I've lived in plenty of old houses, but that one, I don't know. I still think about May when I fold laundry, like she's waiting for me to notice her. The lady in the barn. Years ago, I was feeding the horses late, like almost midnight. We had this old wooden barn out back, the kind that creaks when there's no wind. I remember I was half asleep just throwing hay, thinking about how I should have done it earlier. Anyway, I had this weird nudge, I don't know how to explain it, like when you feel someone behind you even though nobody is. So I looked up toward the loft, and I swear I saw this woman standing there. Not on the floor, though. More like balanced on the top rail where no person should be standing. Her arms are stretched wide, not like she's trying to scare me, but more like displaying something. And then she did this thing. Raised her arms up, kind of like the way you start a jumping jack or when kids imitate birds. Then she was gone, and just gone. No sound, no shadow, no nothing. It was maybe a second, maybe two, but enough that I dropped that damn hay fork. My first thought was, I'm overtired and it's nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing. Went back inside trying to shake it off, and my wife is still up knitting on the couch. She gave me that look like she knew something was off, and I didn't want to say it, but I asked her, "You notice anything weird tonight?" She hesitated, which freaked me out more than if she'd said no. She finally told me that when she went to her daughter's room earlier, there was this pinkish glow near the dresser. Not headlights, not a toy light, just a strange soft flash that faded. She almost didn't say anything because she thought maybe she was overtired too. We just sat there in silence after that, like neither of us wanted to push it further. I still don't know what to make of it. The barn's long gone now, collapsed into a storm. But sometimes I wonder if that woman's still out there, arms stretched wide and waiting. The thing on the dirt road. This might sound dumb, but it stuck with me. I was 13. Me and my cousin used to mess around with our bikes on this dirt road near my grandma's place. It wasn't really a road anymore, more like a half-forgotten trail with weeds growing up in the middle. We'd race down it and try to skid out at the end, stupid kid stuff. One summer evening it was hot, and I remember because the sweat made my shirt stick to my back. I let my cousin go first, and he's pedaling hard down the road, and I'm just standing there with a stick, trying to whack his back. At least when he zoomed past, which was our version of fun. He takes off around the bend, and I'm waiting, and that's when I see, I don't even know how to say it right. There was this tiny figure, like a kid-sized one, but not, coming toward me on some kind of, toy car. Maybe one of those plastic ride-ons. But it was moving way too fast for something like that. At first I thought it was another neighborhood kid. But then I noticed the face. Big wide grin, teeth that didn't look right. Eyes that just looked too alert, too fixed on me. I froze. It started circling me in the dirt and wheels kicking up dust round and round. My cousin came back around the bend a second later and yelled, "The heck is that?" I know he saw it too. That thing stopped, turned its head real slow, and then just shot off into the woods, still grinning. We never saw it again. This was like 20 years ago now. We still bring it up sometimes, laugh about it sometimes. But honestly, when I think too hard, I get that same crawling feeling in my spine. Like something's still watching from the trees, and yeah, it's dumb, but every time I walk that way, I speed up a little bit just in case. The figure by the cornfield. So this is kind of weird, and I'm not sure if anybody will even believe me, but I swear it happened. Last summer, my nephew, he's 13 and thinks he's tough, poking around the shed out back and found this old slingshot my dad used to mess with raccoons. He strutted around like he'd found a treasure. Anyway, he goes stomping out toward the back porch, and right as he steps off the last board, he freezes. He said there was someone or something, tall, standing just by the edge of the corn. Whole body was pale, like blinding pale, except it had this darker patch across the chest, like a coat or something left open. Not much color anywhere else, just white like chalk white. Didn't even try to shoot it or anything, just dropped the slingshot and yelled, "Uncle Joe, what the hell is that?" He bolted inside, slammed the screen door so hard it popped off the hook, and I've never seen that boy scared of anything before. Snakes, storms, whatever. He's always laughing it off. But that night he was pale as paper. He swears as soon as the thing noticed him, it ran. Said it moved fast, like way too fast for a person. Headed straight into the corn. Later, when I went out to check, sure enough, there was this huge patch of stalks bent down, like something heavy had been rolling around there. Not neat, not like a deer bedding, or it was all messy and chewed up. And before anybody says it, yeah, we do get deer and coyotes too. Sometimes even a stray dog, and I've hunted all my life out here. This was none of those things. The corn was mashed flat in a wide circle, way bigger than anything I've seen an animal do. And we've been here almost 6 years, never saw anything like it. That night, though, every hair on my arm stood up when I walked back there. Just too quiet. Even the crickets weren't making noise. Maybe a trick of the light, maybe a spooked raccoon, but why the bent-down corn? The Old Creek Trail. This happened like 3 years ago. Maybe 2.5, I can't remember exactly. But it was late October because the leaves were doing that really dramatic orange thing. Yeah, real dramatic. I live in this small town in Kentucky near a bunch of hollers and old farms that are mostly abandoned, and there's a trail by the creek that I used to walk when I needed to clear my head. It's Not official, just a path people and deer carved out over time. That day I was alone. Headphones in my hoodie pocket because they died, so I could actually hear everything. The wind was pushing leaves around, and every now and then I'd hear water splashing from the creek. And at some point I heard a sharp crack, like a stick breaking. I froze because there aren't many people out there, and if there are, they're usually carrying a rifle. I turned and swear I saw someone, well, not someone, more like a little figure dart behind a tree. It wasn't a hunter, not in camo or blaze orange. This thing was in this old brown coat, kind of like what you'd imagine in a pioneer reenactment. Hood pulled up and it ran in this weird skipping way. Thought my brain was tricking me, honestly. I even laughed to myself like, great, I'm seeing goblins now. But I couldn't shake it. I went home pretty quick after that, just kind of unsettled, and my cousin came over that night, and when I mentioned it, he didn't laugh. He said there have been stories about little people in the woods around here forever. My grandma used to talk about them too. I always figured that was just folklore she carried from her side of the family. And I don't know what I believe. I mean, I go to church and all that, so part of me kind of feels weird even saying this out loud. But I know I saw something that didn't fit. Every time I walk past that spot, I catch myself glancing around, like maybe I'll see that hood again. Probably nothing, probably just my eyes playing tricks, and still, haven't walked that trail alone since. The barn cat thing. So, this might sound dumb, but it's been on my mind, and I live out at my grandpa's old farm. Nothing fancy, just a couple of sheds, an old red barn, and too many raccoons. Anyway, I've got this cat named Daisy. She's one of those half-feral barn cats that kind of adopted me instead of the other way around. Lately, she's been doing this weird thing. Every night around the same time, like 11, maybe closer to midnight if I lose track, she sits by the barn door and just wails. Not the regular hungry meow or the let me in kind. It's long and drawn out, almost like she's calling for something. Sometimes she scratches at the wood too, like she's desperate. So I'd go out there with the flashlight, thinking maybe a raccoon's messing with her or something. But as soon as I show up, there's nothing. She goes dead quiet, looks at me like I'm the crazy one, just slinks off like she was never making a sound. And it happened 4 nights in a row. Part that gets me, though, is my grandpa used to tell me the barn was quote-unquote busy. Never explained it, just laughed it off, but he'd keep the doors locked after dark, even though there's nothing worth stealing in there. Never thought much about it, but last night when Daisy was doing her crying thing, I swear, I heard not voices exactly, but a low hum from inside. Could have been wind through the boards, I don't know. I shined the flashlight inside and there was nothing. Just empty hay and shadows. And there's probably nothing right. Well, old wood creaks and cats are dramatic. Maybe she's just hearing mice or something. But it's the way she stops the second I show up, like whatever she's meowing at disappears when I'm there. Can't shake the thought that maybe Grandpa wasn't just joking when he said the barn was busy. Anyway, I'm probably overthinking it. Cat's back at the door tonight like clockwork, and I'm sitting here pretending I don't hear her. The day my grandpa's chair wasn't empty. Oh, this has been kind of on my mind. I live in this old farmhouse my grandparents used to own. It does all the things maybe an old farmhouse might do, but this little bit was different. It was one of those days where my head felt like it was a vice. Been splitting wood all morning, and I came inside just wanting to close my eyes for 10 damn minutes. My wife had gone into town with her daughter, so it was just me in the quiet. I lay down on the couch, boots still on, figuring I'd nap a little bit before dinner. There's this rocking chair in the corner of the living room that belonged to my grandpa. He died in that same house, not in the chair though, but still. Nobody sits in it anymore, it just feels wrong, you know. Anyway, I'm half dozing, listening to the fridge hum, and the wind rattling the window. I hear the chair creak. At first, I tell myself old houses shift and wood does pop, but whatever. It doesn't stop, it's the sound of the chair rocking slow and steady, like someone real heavy sat down. I keep my eyes shut because I don't know, I didn't want to deal with it. Then I hear the sound of boots on the floor, not my boots. I know that sound. These were softer and heavier. And then, I swear to God, I felt like someone leaned down over me. I could smell that faint old tobacco smell my grandpa used to carry in his shirts. I felt a forehead press against mine. Not gentler either, firm. Like a dad checking if you're running a fever. Snapped my eyes open, ready to cuss my brother out. I thought he was screwing with me. The room was empty and the chair was still. Fan humming normally. Just me and the couch heart pounding. I keep telling myself I was dreaming, but the touch felt too solid and too there and hadn't even really drifted yet. Ever since, I avoid napping in that room. My wife thinks I'm being dramatic, but she wasn't there. My daughter asked me last week if Grandpa still smokes in the corner, and she's 6 and never saw him alive. Maybe it's an old house holding old memories. The bus stop in the rain. This was 2 years ago, back when I was maybe 20. I'd just quit a job at the lumber mill and was bouncing around town trying to figure out what the hell I was doing with my life. Didn't have a car then. My Ford finally gave up and I didn't have a car to fix it. Well, didn't have the cash to fix it. So I took buses everywhere and Greyhounds mostly. Anyway, one night I was stuck waiting for a transfer in this small city up north. Not even a real station, just one of those sad little bus stops that's basically a bench under a busted streetlight. It was drizzling and I had this cheap nylon duffel bag with all my stuff for the week. My coat smelled like wet dog from the rain and I remembered kicking at the gravel just to keep my legs moving. The next bus wasn't due until 4 in the morning, so I was pretty much screwed. And around midnight, this older guy comes up and he looks like he was in his 60s and tall and wore a long brown coat even though it wasn't that cold. He asked me if this was where the 5 a.m. bus to Chicago came. I said yeah. He kind of smiled like he already knew that. We sat there talking a while and he had this calm way of speaking. Really slow, like he was chewing on every word before letting it out. Said he was going to see his daughter in Indiana. Told me about how she used to sing in the church choir and how proud he was. It was nice, honestly. I didn't feel so alone after that. At one point, he pulled out a little pocket watch and showed it to me. Nothing fancy, just silver with scratches all over it, and he said, "This keeps me on time, always has." I remember laughing because the bus was 5 hours away. What good's a watch then? When the bus finally rolled up, I grabbed my duffel and got on. Driver took my ticket and I dropped into a seat by the window. Thought I'd wave goodbye to the guy, just to be polite. When I turned around, the bench was empty. Now this bus stop was in the middle of a wide open parking lot. Nowhere to go unless you wanted to run across the highway. I swear I only looked away for maybe 30 seconds and he was just gone. Sometimes I tell myself maybe he slipped into maybe a car that pulled up or something, but I don't remember hearing anything. And it's weird, because later on I realized my phone had died before he even showed up. But somehow I remember checking the time on it after he left. Except it was the exact time that was in his pocket watch. I don't know what to make of that night. I just felt like somebody else showed up to keep me company when I needed it most. Then vanished before I could even say thanks. Sweet dreams. The ghost didn't just appear, it followed. across states, across years. At Paranormal M, we trace the path of fear. Subscribe. Don't break the chain. The thing wearing my dog's eyes. This happened just last night. I don't even know how to explain it, but I can't stop replaying it in my own head. I live in a small town in northern Sweden, right on the edge of the woods. Our house backs up directly into the forest, and growing up I always loved it. I'd spend hours out there in the summer, and even in the winter when it was dark early. I never felt uneasy, but lately though, something about it has been different. The woods don't feel the same, they feel heavy. Anyway, last night I went outside around 11 to smoke. My dog, Rex, followed me like he always does. Nothing unusual there. He sniffed around a bit while I stood in the back step. When I called him back, though, he didn't come. Normally, he listens right away, but this time he just bolted toward the tree line. I didn't want to go chasing him into the dark, so I just whistled, and that usually works better than yelling his name anyway. The whistle, it echoed in the stillness, made me feel weirdly exposed, like something else might hear it too. But sure enough, a minute later, Rex came tearing back out of the woods. He ran straight past me into the house like he was spooked. Didn't think too much about it until this morning. My dad told me Rex is acting strange, trying to pick a fight with another dog in the trail. And he's never been aggressive. Later refusing to get into the lake even though swimming is his favorite thing in the world. Dad said he just stood at the shore and was whining. And then I noticed something else. When I woke up, Rex was lying in front of my bedroom door. He never does that. He usually sleeps in the living room by the radiator. Tonight, that's when it got real bad. I was in bed and I was scrolling my phone and I heard scratching and ruffling at my door. It wasn't loud, more like insistent, like something trying to get in. I assumed it was Rex wanting to sleep in my room, but it set me on edge. A few minutes later, I got up to use the bathroom. The hall light was off, and when I opened the door, Rex was just standing there. He was perfectly still and staring at me. And his eyes, I can't even describe it properly. Normally his eyes are soft, brown, and warm. But in that moment, they looked wrong. Too wide, too much white showing. Like he wasn't blinking. I froze, just staring back at him. We held eye contact for what felt like forever, and then, so slowly it gave me chills. He lowered himself into a sitting position, still staring. Something in me snapped. I rushed back to my room and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock it. Been trying to convince myself it was just me freaking out over nothing. Maybe his eyes just looked strange because of the hallway light. Maybe I was overtired. But the way he sat down, so deliberate, like a person mimicking what a dog should do, it felt off. And the forest. That's the part that bothers me most. I used to love it. And now even thinking about walking into those trees makes my chest feel tight. I don't know if something followed Rex back out of the woods last night, or if I'm just losing it. But I swear, when I looked into his eyes in that hallway, it didn't feel like I was looking at my dog anymore. Has anyone else experienced something like this, where an animal you know inside and outside suddenly feels not right? Like something else is looking back at you through their eyes? Yeah, kinda. The night my dad came home early. I don't really tell this story much because people either laugh it off or get way too freaked out. But it's one of those memories that's burned into me. I grew up in a little fishing village. It's outside of Cebu City in the Philippines. Back then, the power went out all the time, especially during storms. My grandparents always said our town was thick with spirits because of all the old beliefs and rituals people still practiced. And even as a kid, I kind of believed it because I saw things. Not always, but often enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. This one night, I must have been about 6. There was a huge storm, like a typhoon-level amount of rain and wind. Lightning kept flashing through the slats in the windows, and the whole house shook with the thunder. The power was out, so the only light was from a little emergency lamp in the corner, and the faint moonlight slipping through the storm clouds. I woke up in the living room because of the thunder, and I remember sitting on the wooden couch. I was clutching a pillow, and I was trying not to cry. I heard this dog howling somewhere outside. We didn't have a dog, and none of the neighbors nearby did either. It didn't sound right. It sounded too drawn out, like something imitating a dog, but not quite getting it right. That's when I heard my dad's voice call from the bedroom. It was sort of soft, like, "Anak, come here." I bolted for the room because whenever I got scared as a kid, I always curled up between my parents. I remember sliding the door open and seeing my mom on the bed half asleep, but no Dad. I called out for him, stepping further inside. And then, behind the door, I saw him. Except it wasn't him. It was tall, like too tall, taller than the doorway itself, and it bent down slightly as if trying to fit inside the frame, and it was smiling. Not a normal smile. The mouth stretched so wide it reached up like toward the ears, too many teeth showing. "You found me," it said in my dad's voice. I didn't even feel afraid at first. I was just a little kid and thought maybe we were playing some kind of a game, like hide and seek in the dark. And this thing touched my shoulder with a hand that felt cold and too heavy, then guided me toward the bed. I climbed in, laid down between it and my mom, and I fell asleep like it was the most normal thing in the world. The next morning, sunlight was pouring in. Woke up to my mom tidying the room, and Dad wasn't there. I asked where he went. She said, "Your father's been in Manila for work the last 2 days. He comes back tonight." I didn't tell her what happened, not then. I didn't tell anybody until I was 16 or 17, and I was old enough to realize that what I'd seen wasn't just my imagination. Looking back now, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't gone into that room. Or worse, what would have happened if I hadn't woken up the next morning. Anybody have something take the shape of somebody you love, because whatever that thing was, it wanted me to believe it was my dad, and I did. Trapped in the loop. I've been debating posting this. I don't want to sound like I've completely lost it, but reading some of the stuff here made me feel a little bit less alone. For me, it started about 4 years ago when I was living in a crappy rental near the river in Eugene, Oregon. First time it happened, I thought it was just a nightmare, but it turned into this thing that keeps coming back. It was one of those false awakenings, I guess you'd call it. I woke up in my own bed in my exact room. Everything in the right place. The blanket bunched at my feet, the string of LED lights on the wall, the faint hum from the fridge down the hall. Everything was normal. My girlfriend at the time was sleeping beside me. I asked her, "Am I awake?" She said, "Yeah," and I believed her. But then it looped. I woke up again, same setting, same question. "Am I awake?" But this time her tone was off. She looked like her, but her energy was wrong and dark and cold, and she snapped at me. Third time I woke again, same room, same scene. But now she wasn't even pretending to be her anymore. She lunged at me. The face was hers, but it wasn't her. It felt like something was inside her skin. I jolted awake for real and crying with my heart racing. I've had bad dreams before, but this was something else entirely. Happened again a year later. I realized mid-dream that I was dreaming, so I stopped doing what the quote-unquote people around me wanted. Like they were trying to funnel me into this script. Go here, say this, don't wander off. but I ignored it, and that's when they turned on me. I kept looping awake, one fake morning after another fake morning, and each time the characters in the dream got more hostile. The last one was my ex, somebody I hadn't seen in years. They showed up and tried to corner me, and I yelled at him, and "You can't hurt me, this is a dream." And his voice, God, it still makes me shiver. It dropped into this guttural growl. "If you don't want to play the game, then get out." And that's when I snapped awake gasping. A few months ago, it escalated further. My mom showed up in my room, but she lives 5 hours away in Portland, so I knew it wasn't really her. The energy rolling off of her was evil, not scary like Boo, but this suffocating, malevolent heaviness. I panicked and I prayed out loud in the name of Jesus, protect me and banish this. Then each time I woke up, it reset with different family members showing up, like my brother and my cousins, but none of them were them. My brother even looked at me blankly when I asked if he knew that we were in a dream. I asked if he believed in God, and he turned back and in this horrible, distorted voice said no. The last week has been hell. The loops won't stop. 4 or 5, sometimes more in one night. I'll notice little things are off, like too many necklaces around my neck or my cat sitting on the bed when he's actually staying with my dad across town. I'll hear someone trying to break in through the front door and hear the knob rattle. Footsteps on the porch. Once it was knocking sharp, like real enough that I actually woke up and went to check the door. No one was there. The worst part, I don't know where the dream ends and reality begins. Sometimes I wake up and I'm afraid to even move because I don't trust it's real. I'll sit there staring at the door waiting to see it shift again. I don't know what this is. Sleep paralysis or demons. Just my brain frying itself from stress. All I know is every time it happens, I come out of it feeling like I've been toyed with. It's wearing me down. So I'm dealing with repeated false awakening loops, especially the ones where people in the dream seem to be aware of you, like they're mad you're not playing along. That's what scares me the most. These things don't feel like dreams, they feel like something else trying to keep me trapped. I get that in real life a little bit. The man on the top of the dresser. This happened to me when I was around 6, and even though I'm 28 now, I can still see it in my head like it was last night. Back then, we lived in a small duplex in Joliet, Illinois. That place has been coming up a lot recently. My parents' room and mine were basically connected, like not one big room, but the walls were so thin I could hear them snoring or talking if I pressed my ear against it. My room had this big wooden dresser shoved in the corner with a tiny TV on top and stacks of VHS tapes. One night I woke up out of nowhere, definitely past midnight because everything was dead silent except for the fridge humming in the kitchen. Rolled over in the bed and my eyes landed on the dresser. And there he was, a man, or at least the shadow of one, squatting right on top of my dresser, knees tucked up like a gargoyle. He was staring directly at me. Thought it was my dad and actually smiled and whispered, "Dad, what are you doing?" I even laughed a little because it looked so ridiculous, like he was trying to hide from me or play a prank. Then I realized something. My dad was asleep in the other room. I could hear him snoring through the wall. I sat up in bed, still pointing at it when my mom stirred awake. She asked what I was giggling about, and I told her, "It's Dad, he's sitting on the dresser." She looked over and froze. I'll never forget the way her face changed. She didn't see it, but the way I was describing it clearly freaked her out, and she just whispered, "That's not Dad," and jumped to turn on the light. The second she flicked the switch, the shadow bolted. That's the only way I can describe it. It shot upward like climbing into the air and vanished into the corner near the ceiling where the closet met the wall. Gone. My mom ran over and hugged me while I was still trying to process what I'd just seen. She didn't even try to explain it to me right then. The next morning over breakfast, she told me it might have been my grandfather. He died before I was born, sometime in the early 90s. She said maybe he was just watching over me, that sometimes spirits visit kids because they're more quote-unquote open. I wanted to believe her, but even as a kid I thought, why would my grandpa crouch like some kind of gargoyle on my dresser and then run away the second the lights came on? That didn't feel like watching over me. And to this day, I don't know what it was. I only know I saw it, and I know the way my mom reacted means she believed something was there too, even if she couldn't see it. I swear whatever that was, it wasn't my dad, and I'm not convinced it was my grandpa either. The shocks before sleep. This started happening to me maybe 2 years ago. Still freaks me out every time though. I was living in a rented place in Asheville, North Carolina. It was a small bedroom apartment above this coffee shop on Merriman Avenue. Life was normal, work and gym, scrolling TikTok until I passed out. Nothing dramatic. But one night while I was nodding off, it hit me for the first time. It felt like a surge of electricity ran straight through my body. Not painful exactly, but sharp like every nerve lit up at once. My whole body jerked like when you dream of falling. Except it wasn't a dream, I was fully aware. It only lasted a few seconds. It left me wide awake, and at first I brushed it off, figured maybe it's just stress or my body twitching while falling asleep. But it started happening more. Once a week, then a couple of times a week, and always while I was laying down, usually when I was just on the edge of sleep. The way it happens is so sudden, like something passes through me. It's the only way I can describe it. I don't hear anything, but I feel it, the sharp wave moving through me, and my body reacts without my permission. Arms jerk and legs twitch. Sometimes my teeth even clench. It's not just physical. In those few seconds, I feel hyper-aware, like every sound in the room gets louder, every shadow sharper. It's like being yanked from half asleep into this overcharged state. The worst was last winter. Happened 3 times in a row, maybe within 5 minutes. And each time it hit, my whole body jolted harder. And after the last one, I was left tingling like pins and needles, but deeper, almost in my bones. My chest felt heavy too, like somebody was pressing down on it. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, wondering if I was about to die. And the thing is it never leaves me with anything bad, no lingering pain, no illness, nothing like that. Just the fear and the memory of it. And sometimes, strangely, almost a calmness afterwards, like I've been drained of something. I've tried to figure out what triggers it. It doesn't seem tied to caffeine or stress or lack of sleep. I eat okay and I exercise. I don't take meds. The only thing I noticed was it got worse around the time I started meditating regularly. I don't know if that's connected or if it's just a coincidence. When I told my mom about it, she laughed and said it was just nerves misfiring. But when I told my roommate at the time, he got all serious and said he thought it sounded more like something passing through you, and that stuck with me. Honestly, that's exactly how it feels, like I'm not alone for those few seconds. Anybody experience that? Those sharp, sudden jolts before sleep that feel less like a dream and more like something brushing past you? I'm trying not to spiral, but every time it happens, I get this creepy thought in my head. What if it's not just my body? The night Mrs. O'Malley changed. This is a story my mom used to tell me about, something she witnessed when she was a kid growing up in Lowell, Massachusetts in the late 60s. It always creeped me out, and honestly, it still gives me the chills even though I've heard it a dozen times. So my mom would have been around 8 or 9 at the time. She lived on a little street where all the families knew each other. Row houses with tiny backyards and laundry lines strung between porches. Next door to her family lived a woman named Mrs. O'Malley. She was in her early 40s maybe, with 3 kids. 2 little girls that my mom sometimes played hopscotch with, and a son who was a soldier in Vietnam. According to my mom, Mrs. O'Malley was always nervous, and back then there wasn't emails or cell phones, just the occasional letter that might arrive weeks late if it arrived at all. Every day she'd check the mailbox like her life depended on it. My mom said she'd seen her pacing the porch sometimes, just chain-smoking, waiting for the mailman. One afternoon, my mom was over at their house. They were sitting in the kitchen, little girls playing with dolls while Mrs. O'Malley stirred something on the stove. Mom said she kept muttering to herself, he's okay, he has to be okay. My mom didn't really understand it at the time, but she remembered the way the air felt heavy in that kitchen, like everyone was holding their breath. Then the weird part. The very next morning, when my mom saw her again, she swore Mrs. O'Malley looked like she had aged 10 years overnight. Her face was drawn, deep lines around her mouth. Her skin was pale and ashy. And the most shocking thing was her hair had gone gray at the roots. Not a few strands, but whole sections. My mom said even as a kid she could tell something had happened. A few days later, the men in uniform showed up at the house. Everyone on the street knew what that meant. Her son had been killed in action. My mom always said the strangest thing about it was that Mrs. O'Malley seemed to know before the news arrived, like her body carried the grief before the letter even made it to her door. Think about that a lot, how sometimes people sense things so strongly it manifests physically. My mom swore up and down she wasn't exaggerating, that she saw it with her own eyes. One day the woman looked normal. The next she looked shattered, like all life had been drained out of her before she even got the official word. Do you think it's possible grief can strike before the actual news does, like some kind of psychic connection, or maybe her body just couldn't hold the stress anymore and it broke all at once? Either way, the image stuck with my mom her whole life, and now it's stuck with me too. These are written suspiciously, without errors. The voice that wasn't my mom. This happened literally last night. I still feel a little sick about it. I live in Spokane, Washington, in a small 2-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend. Our cat Milo sleeps at the foot of the bed every single night. He's lazy as hell, but also super alert when it comes to certain sounds. Like, he can be passed out, but if he hears my mom's voice on speakerphone, he perks up instantly. And that'll matter in a second. Anyway, it's around 2:15 a.m. I've been tossing and turning, not fully asleep and not fully awake either. Like that weird twilight state where you're aware of the room but kind of drifting. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up, and that's when I heard it. Clear as day from the kitchen. My mom's voice calling my name. She lives on the other side of town. No reason she would have been in my apartment. No spare key, nothing. At first, I brushed it off, told myself it was just a dream bleeding into wakefulness. I sat up halfway, looked toward the door, and of course there was nothing. So I shook it off and laid back down. Not even 30 seconds later, I heard it again. Louder this time. Same voice, same tone. My mom calling my name from the kitchen. And that's when my whole body went cold, because I knew I wasn't asleep anymore. My heart was racing, but I kept telling myself, okay, maybe a dream echo or something weird in my brain. Except Milo didn't move at all. My cat, who always reacted to her voice, didn't even flick an ear. He just stayed curled up dead asleep. Then it hit me. The worst chills I've ever had in my life. Full body, every hair standing on end. I felt this crushing heaviness in my chest, like someone was right behind me, leaning over me and watching. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't. I just clutched the blanket and pressed my hand against Milo, hoping if something was in the room, it wouldn't touch me while I was holding him. I kept whispering in my head that this isn't real and this isn't real and you're imagining it. It lasted 2 minutes, but it felt like forever. And finally the feeling eased up and I eventually drifted off again. Thought it was the worst, most restless sleep I've had in months. This morning I almost convinced myself it was nothing, just stress or a dream I couldn't shake. But I wear a Fitbit to track my sleep, and when I checked, it logged me as awake at the same time it actually happened. Usually those twilight states show up as light sleep, so the fact that it flagged it as being fully awake, well, that's what pushed me over the edge. I told my boyfriend and he brushed it off at first. Then when I explained it again, slower, he actually went pale. He told me not to say the word for what I thought it might be. He's superstitious and says naming things invites them in, but I think you can guess what's in the back of my mind. The thing is, I don't live anywhere near the Appalachians or anywhere that thing is supposed to be. So part of me feels ridiculous even thinking it. But whatever it wasn't my mom and it wasn't my imagination either. Has anyone else had something mimic a loved one's voice before? Because hearing her name, that was me messing up. Because hearing her call my name like that in a place she couldn't possibly be was honestly one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced. The shadow behind the curtain. This happened to me when I was a kid, and even though it was years ago, I can still picture it like it happened last night. I grew up in a town outside of Veracruz, Mexico. Back then, blackouts were super common, especially in the summer. Whole streets would just go dark for hours, and everybody had to rely on candles or flashlights. It wasn't even a big deal for the adults, but for me though, being like 7 years old and terrified of the dark already, felt like the end of the world every time the power went out. One night, the lights cut out like usual. My dad headed down the street to this corner store where the guys would play dominoes. The place had a generator, so it stayed lit even when the rest of the block was dark, and my mom stayed home with me. It got late and she told me I needed to take a bath. I hated bathing during blackouts. The bathroom had no window, just this heavy old curtain that covered the doorway. With no electricity, it was pitch black, except for a single candle she placed on the edge of the sink. I was in there with the candlelight flickering, already nervous, when my mom suddenly said that she had to run down to the store to talk to my dad. She told me she'd be back in a few minutes just to finish up. So now it's just me, alone, naked, and wet, and standing in this dim little bathroom with one candle. That's when I felt it, a breeze. Not strong, but just enough to make the flame bend. There's no windows open and no draft, and the air felt heavier too, like the room itself was pressing in. Then the curtain moved. At first, I thought it was just the breeze again, but then I saw it, a shape blacker than the darkness around it, tall, standing right behind the curtain. I froze, and I remember holding my breath, convinced if I stayed still, it wouldn't notice me. But the shadow stayed, almost like it was waiting. Finally, I snapped. I grabbed the first thing I could, a wooden brush, and I think it started screaming, or I did. It said, "Go away and get away from me," and I was crying so hard I could barely see. I was pounding the side of the tub with the brush, yelling loud enough for the whole neighborhood. One of my neighbors must have heard me, because she came over and peeked through the little bathroom window from outside. She asked me what was wrong, and between sobs I told her there was something or someone behind the curtain. She told me to stay put and kept talking to me through the window until my mom came rushing back a few minutes later. By the time they pulled the curtain, nothing was there, and I don't know if it was my imagination or fear playing tricks on me or something real, but I swear I know what I saw, or at least what I felt. The curtain wasn't just moving, something was standing there. And to this day, it's one of the most terrifying moments of my life. And what gets me is that feeling, that presence, like the dark itself was alive and waiting for me to notice it. Has anybody else ever seen something like that during a blackout? Something that feels more solid than just shadows, because even now, if the lights go out unexpectedly, I can't stand near a curtain. It takes me right back to that night. The house that knocked back. When I was about 14, my family moved into this weird little semi-detached house in Leicester on a road called Aylstone Lane. We never knew anything about its history. Landlord didn't say much beyond, been in the family for a while. But from the first week it just felt off, and the first thing I noticed was the knocking. Only happened a few times, but both me and my younger sister heard it on separate nights. Always between 2 and 4 a.m., and always the same. 2 or 3 knocks right in our bedroom windows. We were on the second floor, mind you. No trees brushing against the glass. No way for somebody to reach unless they had a ladder. The first night I froze in bed, staring at the curtains like if I pulled them back I'd see someone's face. Finally, I got the courage to check and... Excuse me. I got the courage to check. I got the courage to admit I'd lost my spot. And of course, nothing. Empty driveway, quiet street. And after that, it was scratches. I'd wake up with these thin red marks across my forearms or my ribs, places I don't normally scratch in my sleep. My sister got them too, and Dad brushed it off, saying that we were probably restless sleepers. But it was strange how it all stopped after we eventually moved out. The footsteps were the worst, though. We had this narrow staircase with old carpet, so it made a distinctive sound when somebody walked on it. But we'd hear just a few steps, like 1, maybe 2, sometimes 4, and then silence. No one coming down, no one going up, just partial footsteps as if somebody started and then stopped, and I could still hear it now if I think about it too much. One of the creepier things that happened to me personally is I had a pile of laundry on a chair in my room. One evening, while I sat at my desk, I saw the pile shift. Not just slump over like clothes sliding. No, they moved and dragged slightly to the side like somebody was rifling through them. I immediately assumed it was the cat, but when I checked, the door was shut. No cat. I just sat there staring at the clothes for ages with my heart racing, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. My dad had his own story. He swore that when he and my stepmom first moved in, before me and my sister were living there full time, the place felt dreadful, like in his words, walking into a bad memory. He said the main bedroom especially has this sour, weird smell that never went away no matter how much they cleaned. Eventually, one night, he said out loud, basically to the empty room, something along the lines of, "If you're here, you're not welcome. Leave us alone." He swore the smell disappeared after that. I don't know what was in that house, and could have been our imagination, sure. Could have been stress or drafts or cats scratching at night, but the knocks on the window, the footsteps that never finished, the laundry moving while I was watching it, those still stick with me. Funny thing is, none of us have had anything like it happen since we moved out. Has anyone else had the knocking thing, especially on upstairs windows? Because that one still makes my skin crawl. The 12th floor. This was about 2 summers ago. My sister surprised me with a trip to Chicago for her birthday, or for my birthday. She got us tickets to see Hamilton at the CIBC Theater, and I was over the moon about it. Never been to Chicago before, so I was excited to play tourist for a couple of days. The night before we left, I got curious and Googled the hotel we were staying at. The Congress Plaza, right off of Michigan Avenue. Anybody who's from Chicago probably already knows where this is going. That place is on every single most haunted hotel in Illinois list. Didn't even have to dig far. One of the first articles I saw mentioned a woman pushing her kids out of a 12th floor window in the 1930s, then jumping herself. Oh, okay. Anyway, I joked about it to my sister, and she rolled her eyes and said she'd hoped they didn't put us on the 12th floor, but guess where our floor was? Yep, the 12th. The front desk lady even said it was the only floor left with a double room available, so we didn't have much of a choice. My sister groaned, but honestly, I was kind of thrilled. I've always been into paranormal stuff, even if I've never really had a in-your-face experience. We checked in and dragged our suitcase up, and the room itself looked normal enough. A little bit dated, but most old hotels are, and my sister passed out for a nap right away. I just laid in my bed scrolling my phone, and that's when I first noticed the tapping. It was soft, like somebody tapping a fingernail against the wall every couple of minutes. At first, I thought maybe it was pipes or something mechanical, but it kept happening, not rhythmic, not steady, just every so often, right as I was starting to ignore it. My sister woke up from her nap and heard it too, and we kind of laughed about it, but neither of us could figure out where it was coming from. We left for the show, had an amazing time, came back late. My sister crashed immediately, but I wasn't tired yet, so I laid in bed with the lights off, scrolling TikTok. Then I saw it. I turned my head, and standing over my sister's bed was this tall, dark figure. First, I thought maybe it was the curtain playing tricks on me. But no, the curtains were on the other side of the room, nowhere near her bed. And it was a man. I couldn't make out any features, just this solid, shadowy shape. He didn't move, he didn't lean down, just stood there watching. My stomach dropped, but I didn't say a word. I just turned my back to my phone, pretending not to notice. Every so often, I'd flick my eyes back toward my sister, and still there. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep. Next thing I knew was morning. The figure was gone, and over breakfast, I decided to tell my sister. I expected her to laugh at me, but instead she said something that made me go cold. She told me she'd woken up during the night because she felt her blankets being tugged, like somebody was trying to pull them off of her. At first, she thought it was me messing with her, but when she peeked, I was out cold in my side of the room. She's not a paranormal believer at all, but she admitted it creeped her out. We only stayed one more night, and nothing else major happened. Just more of that random tapping and scratching sounds. But I'll never forget the sight of that dark figure standing perfectly still by her bed. So yeah, if you're planning on staying at the Congress, maybe don't ask for the 12th floor. Anyone else stayed there and had something weird happen? Curious if it's just us, or if that floor really isn't as active as people say it is. The Whisper on the Stairs. This happened back in 2021 when I was 17. I was at my buddy Tyler's apartment in Dayton, Ohio. That place has popped up a couple times too. He'd just moved into this place near Belmont, kind of run down, but big enough that he could throw a couple get-togethers without the neighbors caring. That night, there were maybe 6 or 7 of us hanging out, playing music too loud, just talking and eating garbage food. At one point, I realized I'd left my hoodie upstairs in the spare bedroom. And since it was freezing outside, I figured I should grab it before I forgot. Told everyone I was running up real quick, and I asked this girl, Ashley, who was sort of talking to at the time, asked if she wanted to come with me. She laughed, but came anyway. Now, I swear the staircase in that place was way longer than it needed to be. Like you'd think you were at the top, but then it just kept going. When we finally got up there, it opened into this dark hallway with a couple of doors on either side. The bedroom with my hoodie was at the very end. We'd only taken maybe 3 or 4 steps down the hall when it happened. I heard my name. Not my nickname, not, "Hey dude." Not anything casual, like my full name whispered clear as day right into my left ear. And here's the kicker. Ashley was walking on my right. I stopped dead and Ashley grabbed my arm at the exact same time. It didn't even have to ask if she heard it. I did anyway. Just gave me this wide-eyed look like, are you serious right now? Can't describe the feeling. It wasn't like hearing somebody yell from across the room. It was like whoever or whatever it was, their lips were practically touching my ear. My whole body went cold, like the chill started at the top of my spine and slid all the way down. I forced myself into the bedroom, yanked my hoodie off the chair, and we practically ran back down the stairs. When we got back, I asked Tyler if any of his roommates were home, or maybe one of his neighbors had come in. He shook his head and said no, and it was just us. We told everybody what happened, but of course nobody believed us. A couple of them laughed it off and said we were just trying to freak each other out. But that fear, God, that wasn't just startled or spooked. The kind of fear that feels like it's in your bones, the kind you can't laugh away. I haven't felt anything like it since, and honestly I hope I never do. But has anyone else here ever had their name whispered like that, right into your ear when no one's actually there? Because that's the kind of thing that sticks with you. The house that won't stay quiet. So, my folks have lived in the same house in Des Moines for about 20 years now. It's this old, creaky, two-story place with a big attic that nobody ever really uses, and a basement that I swear was designed just to scare children. The house itself was built maybe somewhere around 1910, and before my parents bought it, this older couple lived there forever. They passed, and their kids sold it, and now, well, we're here. I grew up in that house. Weird stuff has always kind of been part of the background noise. Nothing violent, nothing straight-up horror movie, but enough that it never really felt normal. When I was a kid, I'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was in the kitchen, or the old doorbell would ring and no one would be at the door. My mom was spooked at first, but my dad always waved it off, saying old houses just settle. Wanted to believe that too, but deep down I never bought it. The strange part is, things always pretty much happened when I was alone. If I stayed up late watching TV, I'd hear soft steps in the hallway. If my parents left me home during errands, I'd lose things, keys and headphones and whatever. They'd reappear hours later in the same spot I swore I'd looked 5 times. And even when I moved out for college, nothing ever seemed to happen to them while I was gone. But now I've been back for a while, and sure enough, it's picking up again. A few weeks ago, I'm washing my face in the middle of the bathroom. The door's right next to the sink, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw it swing open. Thought it was my dog nosing her way in, so I pushed the door wider. No dog. Walked into the hallway, and the place was dead quiet. Checked my room, and there she was, passed out on my bed, dead to the world. No fans on, no windows open, cats outside. Nothing should have moved that door. Another time, I walked into the living room. There was this mist, like actual haze in the middle of the room. My first thought was, holy crap, something's on fire. Tore through the house, checked the outlets, the stove, and every candle. Even mirrors in case sunlight was hitting them. Nothing, no smell of smoke, no heat, and the mist just kind of hung there for a few minutes. Then poof, gone. I had my dad, who's an electrician, check later for anything burnt out or malfunctioning. He didn't find a thing. But the dogs, man, the dogs would really freak me out. One night when my sister was visiting, she brought her husky mix. I was home alone with him while my dog was outside, and I was in my room scrolling on my phone when her dog bolts in and loses it, hackles up, teeth bared, growling at the corner of my room. First, I thought he was coming at me and actually slid off the bed in case he lunged. But then I realized he wasn't looking at me. He was locked on that corner, the one by the dresser. Tried to calm him down, but he barked and growled at it for a good minute straight before finally stopping. There was nothing there. I tore the room apart looking for a bug, a mouse, or anything, but nada. Then a similar thing happened with my dog. I was out on the terrace one evening, just writing and listening to music, and suddenly I froze, just right in front of me. Or she froze. Then she started barking her head off, snarling, ears up, the works, and I thought she was barking at me. I was about to be like, what the hell's your problem? Then I noticed her eyes weren't on me at all. She was focused right above me, toward the little cutout in the ceiling where the attic router sits. So I did the dumb thing. I grabbed a flashlight and went up there. Searched every dusty box, every corner. Nothing. Finally, I brought my dog up with me, thinking maybe she'd sniff out a raccoon or a bat. She trotted around calm until she hit back left corner. Then she froze and stared, ears up, tail stiff, wouldn't move. I shined the light all over, bare walls and insulation and nothing else. But she wouldn't stop looking at that spot. It's happened more than once now. Still can't explain it. I keep telling myself old houses just do weird things. Drafts and pipes and dogs picking up sounds outside that I can't hear. But when the mist appears in a room with no fire, when doors open without a breeze, when a dog that never barks suddenly acts like something invisible is standing in the room with you, how do you write that off? Sometimes I wonder if that old couple never really left, or if something else was already here before them, and we're just the latest family putting up with it. Would love to know, anybody else have pets that go ballistic at a corner or doorway, like they're seeing something you can't, because honestly, that's the part that sticks with me the most. My eyes can play tricks, sure, but my dog, well, she doesn't lie. The deck that wouldn't burn. This happened when I was like 18, so like 6 years ago. Back then, I'm hanging out with 3 girls almost every day. Let's call them Maddie, 19, Clara, 18, and my best friend Emma, who's 20. The 4 of us were inseparable, always at each other's houses, and at that point in my life, we were just bored teenagers looking for anything exciting to do. Emma had just moved into this old house on the edge of town in Duluth. It's one of those creaky places with an attic full of junk left behind by whoever lived there before. And while she's poking around up there, she found this strange little book written in Polish. And her family's Polish, so she was able to translate parts of it. It wasn't like a normal tarot guide, it was more like instructions for some old divination ritual using playing cards. The rules were super specific. The cards had to be wrapped in cloth and only touched by the quote-unquote reader and the person asking the question. You could only do 1 reading per person per day, or else the answers would be wrong. And if you wanted to get rid of the deck, you had to burn it. Nothing else would work. The book also said something cryptic like, if you take, you must also give. None of us took that seriously at first. So, of course, Emma made her own deck, wrapped it in a scarf, and started doing readings. At first it was dumb teenage stuff like, does Jason still like me, or will I pass my math test? But the creepy part was that the answers always seemed to come true. She read for me once about whether I'd get a job I applied for at Target. The card said yes, and a week later I actually got it. And after a couple of times, though, I started to hate the way it made me feel. I'd leave her house with this knot in my stomach, like something was following me home. I stopped letting her read for me, and the feeling eventually went away. But the others kept going. A month or so later, Emma showed up at Clara's house completely freaked out. She wore this little silver cross necklace that she'd had since childhood, and she said it literally burned her skin. She showed us the red marks, one across her collarbone, and little welts on her fingers where she'd grabbed it. I touched the necklace myself, and it was just normal, cold metal. Nothing. That night, she decided to burn her deck in Clara's backyard fire pit. We all stood around and watched it curl up and blacken. What should have been the end of it, right? Well, wrong, because by then, both Maddie and Clara had already made their own decks. Clara's incident happened not long after. She called me at like 2 a.m. sobbing, and she said she'd gotten up for water and saw something standing outside her kitchen window. Not a person exactly, but this tall shadow with glowing red eyes. She flipped on every light in the house, but it was gone, and the next day she was so shaken she burned her deck too. Then came Maddie. Maddie didn't believe in God at all. She was the type to say everything paranormal was just in your head. For a week she kept doing readings and laughing about how scared Clara and Emma had been. Then one night she called me whispering into the phone, begging me to come over. When I got there, she told me the wildest story I've ever heard from her mouth. She woke up around 3 and saw this little glowing thing hovering at the end of her bed. She described it like a cross between a fairy and some cartoonish unicorn, almost too cute, like something out of a kid's show. Buzzed around her room and she felt this insane urge to follow it. She said it led her to the door and then out toward the playground across from her apartment. When she stepped onto the playground, the fairy thing perched on top of the slide structure and just waited. We usually just call that a slide. She swore that she suddenly knew it was trying to get her to climb up so it could push her off, and that's when she snapped out of it, ran home, and tossed her deck straight into the trash. Except the next morning, the cards were back in her drawer, perfectly stacked, wrapped in the scarf like she'd never touched them. That's when she finally burned them. After that, none of us ever touched cards again. Not tarot, not playing cards, nothing. Looking back, I don't know what to make of it. Was it demons or her own guilt making us see things? Something tied to that weird old book Emma found. All I know is every single one of us had a different kind of encounter, and it always started with those cards. To this day, I won't let a deck of tarot cards in my house. Doesn't matter if it's just for fun. I don't want to take that chance. Anyone else ever heard of cards that come back after you try to get rid of them? Because that part still makes my stomach drop whenever I think about it. The car that wasn't there. This happened about 4 months ago, and I still can't make sense of it. I live down in Galveston, Texas with my boyfriend. If you've ever been here, you know how dangerous the roads can get late at night, especially along Seawall Boulevard. It's just one of those stretches where accidents happen way too often for how small the town is. And I grew up here, so I'm kind of used to hearing sirens and seeing wrecks, but this was different. Both of us work late shifts. He bartends on the Strand, and I waitress at a seafood spot near the pier. That night, I'd finished a little bit early. Walked over to wait for him outside the bar. We were both sober, and he hadn't had a drink, and I never drink while working because I have to drive anyway. He offered to drive us home since I look like a zombie from running around all night. We decided to take the quote-unquote long way, meaning along the seawall, just because it's quieter that time of night and you can sometimes hear the waves if you roll the windows down. It's close to 2 a.m. and basically no traffic. Just us and the occasional set of headlights in the distance. After a while, we caught up behind this little white car. It looked like a Corolla or maybe an older Civic. We weren't tailgating, just following at a steady pace, maybe 30 or 40 feet behind. It was going a little slower than us, but not crawling, and we kept, talking about dumb stuff, like what to eat tomorrow, and some drama with his coworkers, the usual. Nothing spooky in our minds. Then up ahead, we saw the lights, red and blue flashing, filling the whole road. It looked like a cruiser parked sideways across both lanes, blocking the traffic. At first, I thought, okay, maybe it's road work, or maybe a DUI checkpoint or something. But then I saw the yellow tape. The car in front of us slowed down as it approached, and then this is what gets me. It looked like it just veered slightly and went around the cop car, like it had space to pass on the right shoulder. I remember thinking, oh, okay, we'll just follow them though. Except there wasn't any space. As soon as we get close enough, my boyfriend had to slam on the brakes hard. The cruiser was completely blocking both lanes, bumper to bumper. And beyond it, maybe 20 yards up, was a wrecked SUV flipped on its side. Cops and EMTs were milling around, and I swear I could hear the scrape of a shovel on asphalt as they picked up broken glass. The whole road was sealed off, end to end. Absolutely no way any car, not even a motorcycle, could have squeezed through. We both just sat there for a second in total shock, like, where the hell did that white car go? My boyfriend said out loud, "That doesn't make any sense," and just kept saying, "But we saw it. We both saw it." Because we did, and for minutes its taillights had shaped the way it slowed at the lights. There was no side street, no turn-off, no hidden driveway, just the ocean on one side and a row of empty shops on the other. The only option was behind the cop car, which was blocked, or in front of it where the accident was, and yet it was gone. We had to back up, do this awkward reverse turn, and go all the way around the block. The whole time, neither of us said much, but the hair on my arms was standing straight up. Later when we got home, we both sat in the car for a bit before going inside, and finally I asked him, "Do you think we saw a ghost car?" He just kind of shrugged, but he looked pale. He's not the type to believe in paranormal stuff, but he admitted there is no logical explanation for what we saw. Honestly, the scariest part wasn't even the car disappearing. It was the thought that if he hadn't slammed the brakes when he did, if we'd just assumed we could go around like that car apparently did, we might have plowed straight into the wreck. Still don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was a trick of the lights. Maybe we were both tired and our brains filled in a car that wasn't there. Doesn't explain why we both saw it, clear as day. Headlights, taillights, the whole shape of it for minutes before it disappeared. Has anybody else ever seen something like that? A phantom car? Maybe connected to a crash, because it's one thing to hear about ghost hitchhikers. But this was, well, I don't even know. Felt like we were watching a replay of something that already happened. Kind of feel you on that. The red eye in the hallway. This all started earlier this year, right after we lost our dog Max. He was only 7, and it came out of nowhere. Some kind of tumor that didn't get caught until it was too late. I grew up with him, so it hit me hard, and after we had put him down, I swear things in the house felt different, heavier somehow. At first, I chalked it up to grief, but then things started happening. The first time was just a few days after. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was sitting in the living room half asleep watching some dumb show on Netflix. Our living room opens to the dining room, and beyond that is the sliding door to the backyard. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something small dart from the edge of the couch to the dining room. A shadow low to the ground, just like Max when he used to sneak around looking for scraps. My heart jumped, and I actually got up saying his name out loud like an idiot, expecting him to come bounding back in. But when I stepped into the dining room, there was nothing, no noise, no movement, and it hit me. None of our other dogs were that small, and none of them were inside with me anyway. I wanted to believe it was just my brain filling in the blanks, but deep down I knew it was Max just saying hi. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't, because after that, things started getting darker. The second time it happened, it wasn't Max. It was a weekday morning, 9:30 or so. Just rolled out of bed, and my room's at the end of the hall, and across from me is the closet that we never really use except to cram coats into. I shut my door behind me and looked toward the stairs, and that's when I saw it, or, well, when I blinked I saw it. There was a head peeking out from the edge of the closet door, not tilted or crouched, just vertical, straight up and down like it was standing there staring at me. I had no face, no features at all, just pitch black like a shadow that wasn't attached to anything. And the height threw me off. Wasn't tall enough to be an adult height, maybe 3-4 feet off the ground. I froze, I blinked again, and it was gone. The rest of the day, I felt like my nerves were on fire. I kept checking over my shoulder, certain something was there. You know that awful feeling you get when you know someone's staring at you even though no one is? Well, that was me all damn day. Then came the third time. I hate typing this out because it's been stuck in my head ever since. This was maybe a month ago, middle of the day. Just me being at home again. I'd already been up for a bit, made breakfast, showered, scrolled on my phone, pretty normal. As like most of these other people. I'd left the light on above the basement stairs because it's dark down there and I always worry about tripping over one of the dogs. So I'm coming back through the kitchen toward the basement, and I stop dead in my tracks. At the top of the basement stairs, way up by the threshold, maybe 8 feet off the ground, something's leaning out. The same head as before, only this time it wasn't short, it was impossibly tall, stretched upwards, still perfectly vertical. And this time it had a feature. Right at the center of its face, a single giant human eye. No other facial details, no nose, no mouth, just one huge eye staring straight at me. The iris was red like blood, and it locked on me in a split second before I blinked. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. But the image stuck. I keep seeing it when I close my eyes at night, and sometimes I dream about it. This thing standing around corners, waiting, its single red eye watching me without blinking. And lately I've been getting that same feeling all over again. The one where you're being watched. Not just once or twice, but almost every night, and if I'm sitting alone or walking to the bathroom, I'll stop and feel it. That heat on the back of your neck when something's there. I don't know what it wants, and I don't know if it's connected to Max or if losing him somehow opened a door to something else. All I know is it hasn't shown up again, yet. I'm terrified to know what happens if it does. Has anyone else seen something with a single red eye like that? Because I feel like next time, it won't just vanish when I blink. The tree in the empty lot. This happened a couple of years back when I was visiting my girlfriend's family in Mexico. I'd heard plenty of ghost stories before, but honestly, I'd always chalked them up to exaggerations. That trip is when I started thinking maybe people aren't exaggerating at all. Her family lives in a little town outside of Oaxaca, real quiet where everybody knows everybody. They've got this huge open lot at the edge of the town, nothing in it except for one tree, just one big old tree. Looks out of place with all the space around it. We were walking her dogs one evening just before it got fully dark and the sky was orange. The kind of twilight where shadows start to stretch weird. The dogs were fine until we got near the empty lot. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks. One of them started whining and tugging to go the other way. The other stood there, fur bristled, growling low in its throat, staring at the tree. I laughed and said maybe there's a squirrel or something. My girlfriend didn't laugh. She grabbed my hand hard and said, "Don't look too long, just keep walking." And she was pale, like she'd seen something I hadn't. Later, back at her parents' place, I asked what that was all about. She told me flat out, if a dog won't go near it, we don't go near it. Then she told me about the time she'd seen things there. The first was when she was younger, like 16. She was walking home after hanging out with friends, and it was close to midnight. And as she passed that lot, she saw her neighbor's husband just standing under the tree. He was an older man, kind of frail, and looked weird that he was out there alone so late. She called out to him, "Senor Alvarez, are you okay?" And he turned to her and smiled and said, "Yes, my wife is coming with the car. We have somewhere to be." And she said something felt wrong immediately, like ice in her veins. "Why don't you wait with me?" he asked, mentioning for her to come closer, and she panicked and muttered a goodbye and hurried home. When she told her parents what she saw, her father immediately called their neighbor's house. The wife picked up, half asleep, and swore her husband was in the bed snoring beside her. He'd never left the house. But the second encounter was worse. It was after her uncle's funeral, a few years later, and her tradition everybody wears white to the burial. She'd stayed late at her cousin's place, and around 4 in the morning she started walking home, and she had to pass by the same lot. This time she saw 2 people sitting under the tree, both dressed in white. At first she thought maybe some relatives had stayed out after the funeral, but then one of them called her name and she froze, and it wasn't a voice she recognized. Both figures stood up and started walking toward her. One kept saying her name over and over, and she said the closer they got, the colder the air felt around her. She didn't wait to see who or what they were. She bolted and ran the whole way home, locked the door, prayed until the sun came up. When she finished telling me all this, she leaned closer and said, "I've never seen anything there during the day, only at night. That's why I pulled you away so fast, because the dog saw something when the sun was still up." I still don't know what to think. I grew up rolling my eyes at ghost stories. but I swear on my life I saw those dogs react like something was there in that field. And after hearing her stories, I can't stop picturing that tree just standing there alone like it's waiting. Now, whenever I see a lone tree in an empty lot or field, I feel that same shiver, like there's more to it than just a tree. Anyone else have stories about lone trees? Because I can't shake the feeling that some of them aren't just trees. The presence behind me. This happened when I was about 11 or 12, back when we lived in our old house in Spokane. Spokane again. It was the middle of summer, one of those days when all the neighborhood kids were outside playing basketball in the street. My sister was running through the sprinkler with her friends, and everyone was out except me. I was inside, glued to her old desktop computer in the corner of the living room. It was one of those big, chunky Dell monitors that hummed if you turned the brightness up too high. The desk sat against the wall, so my back was completely exposed to the rest of the room, and basically, if somebody walked in, I wouldn't know until I heard them. And that's the weird part. I didn't hear anybody. I just suddenly got this absolutely overwhelming sensation that somebody was behind me. Not right on top of me, but a few feet back, slightly off to my left. Like when you can feel eyes on you, even if you don't look up. My first thought was that my sister had snuck back inside to watch me play games. But it didn't feel like her, and I can't explain it better than that. It just felt heavier. I tried to ignore it, focusing on whatever game I had open. I think it was Zoo Tycoon, which makes this whole thing even weirder, but eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around in my chair expecting to see somebody. Nobody. Just the couch, the TV, and the sliding door wide open to the backyard. I shook it off, turned back around, and maybe 5 minutes later the exact same sensation hit me, but stronger this time. Like someone was leaning against, like forward and watching me closely. Made the back of my neck crawl and actually whispered, "What do you want?" out loud. Still nothing, so after another couple of minutes I couldn't stand it and I slammed the computer off, got up and bolted outside to hang with the others. I didn't say anything to my mom until a few nights later at dinner, just casually mentioned that I thought one of my siblings had snuck up on me while I was in the middle of the computer, but nobody had been there, and Mom froze mid-bite and just kind of stared at me for a second before saying, "Well, that's interesting." I asked her what she meant, and she hesitated and then told me something I'd never heard before. Like apparently at the time she'd been seeing a medium. She never really talked about it because my dad thought it was nonsense, but she'd gone a couple of times after her parents died and then her older brother, and he had been killed in a motorcycle in like the 80s, or in a motorcycle accident. According to this medium, her brother had always been fascinated with electronics, computers especially. The woman claimed his spirit still liked to hang around whenever anybody in the family was using tech, like he was curious, trying to keep up. The moment she said that, my stomach dropped, and I remembered how close it had felt, how specific the sensation had been, and suddenly it wasn't just a creepy moment anymore, it was personal. I actually felt guilty because in the middle of it, when I was freaked out, I muttered, "Go away." And if it really was him, I basically told my mom's dead brother to leave me alone when he was just watching. Still don't know if I believe in mediums. Maybe my brain tricked me because I'm sitting with my back exposed in a quiet house, but I swear to this day I've never felt that specific sensation again. And what freaks me out more is that my mom had never told me anything about her brother liking technology. That detail came after. So whether I was going nuts or I really did have something standing there watching me play Zoo Tycoon. Has anybody else ever had something like that? That strong, somebody's right behind you feeling that turns out to maybe connect to somebody you've never even met.